Chapter 1558. 30 Million Worlds. When Luo Fan heard this, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. How bored must she have been to create so many worlds all these years? Among the 30 million worlds, there would definitely be billions of living beings in each world. With so many living beings, unless they were completely annihilated, it would take a huge amount of energy to arrange for them one by one. In fact, if it was in other worlds, there wouldn't be any problem if these living beings were allowed to live and die on their own. But alas, this world was fundamentally different from other worlds. The nature of this world was simply too powerful. Without the protection of the powerful beings in this world, these weak living beings would be assimilated by the power of this world in an extremely short period of time and be completely destroyed by the terrifying pressure of this world. This was no different from directly annihilating these living beings. Actually, why should we care about them? We created them. Even if we annihilate them now, that would be extremely benevolent. No matter what, there won't be any troublesome consequences. Yuji asked doubtfully at this moment. Things don't look like that. Luo Fan sighed and said, "This world is extremely special. Although the living beings you created are extremely weak, their intelligence is real. This kind of intelligence is an extremely special existence in this world. When most living beings die, their intelligence will disappear. There won't be any consequences. But there are extremely few living beings that after their death, their intelligence will combine with the mysteries of this world and continue to survive in another way. When the time comes, under the pull of karma, they will definitely establish some kind of karma connection with you. That may be good or bad, but it will always be troublesome." Hearing Luo Fan's words, Qing Yi and Yuji's expressions changed drastically. It turned out that they had created those creatures because they were bored. They wanted these creatures to make their boring lives more colorful. But they didn't think too much about it. Now that they heard that these living beings possessed intelligence, they might not be able to escape. In the end, it would lead to all kinds of troublesome consequences. This made them secretly regret it. Won't this trouble never end? After all, no matter how we protect them or how we make arrangements, they will still die in the end. How is this any different from leaving them to fend for themselves now? Qing Yi exclaimed. His face was filled with panic. When Luo Fan heard this, he shook his head and said, "Of course not. The Tao of karma and luck was an extremely mysterious existence. Even a true sage could not escape the control of the Tao of karma and luck. Whether or not you've arranged it well, you won't be able to avoid the consequences of having too much wisdom. However, under the guidance of karma, the wisdom that remains will be beneficial to both of you. Otherwise, even if it doesn't bring you any harm, you will still have to pay for it. In the end, it's just a balanced outcome, where the advantages and disadvantages are equal." Hearing this, Qing Yi and Yuji's eyes shone with understanding. For both of them, Luo Fan was a supreme, omniscient existence. They instinctively believed in Luo Fan's words. Then what should we do? We can't possibly carry these 30 million worlds with us all the time. Green Wing said in a panic. 30 million worlds is indeed a little troublesome. Luo Fan furrowed his brows. After being reminded by the two of them, with just a glance, he already knew where the 30 million worlds were. These 30 million worlds. However, it had fused with the mountain in a very special way. They had practically turned into the rocks, weeds, and ancient trees on this mountain. And within these worlds, he could easily see the endless amount of living beings existing within them. These living beings also had various kinds of wisdom, whether strong or weak. Moreover, perhaps because of Luo Fan's existence, the appearance of these living beings was similar to the living beings in other worlds that Luo Fan had seen before. However, they also had innate Tao physiques, which were in human form. These living beings had built all kinds of strange and mysterious civilizations in those worlds. Moreover, Luo Fan could even find all kinds of cultivation civilizations that were similar to other worlds. Under the illumination of the 30 million worlds, the mountain peak, which was already mysterious and unfathomable, became even more mysterious and incredible. Due to the power of this world, the 30 million worlds were constantly oppressed by this world. The endless power that existed in the world was emanating from the endless fragments of the Great Path and the endless mysteries of the true saints. It constantly pressured those worlds, causing those worlds to collapse and be destroyed almost all the time. However, due to the support of Qing, Yi, and Yuji's wills, these worlds were able to swiftly recover after being destroyed and return to their original state. That was why these worlds were not destroyed in the process. Judging from the state of existence of these worlds, it was obvious that once Qing, Yi, and Yuji withdrew their will, these worlds would naturally collapse and be destroyed. Seeing the situation, Luo Fan knew that the best way, or rather, the easiest way for him, was to let Qing, Yi, and Yuji stay on this mountain to maintain the survival of these worlds and protect the endless living beings that they had created. With that thought, he said, "The best way is for the two of you to stay here." "This, Master, do you mean that we can never leave this mountain and will be bound here forever?" Qing, Yi asked in disbelief. "You can say that," Luo Fan said calmly. "Don't," Green Wing yelled. There was no intelligence. When they heard that they were bound to a fixed place and could never leave, they all reacted the same way. Their reactions were definitely the same. "If that's the case, I'd rather destroy these worlds completely and wait for trouble to appear in the future," Qing Yi said after shouting. Hearing this, Luo Fan had a look of realization on his face. Her reaction was just as he had expected. She rejected the possibility without even thinking about it. "Since you're unwilling, then there's only one way," Luo Fan said. "What way?" Qing Yi and Yuji's eyes lit up as they looked at Luo Fan with sparkling eyes. Their eyes were filled with indescribable anticipation and respect. "Of course, it's to strengthen these worlds so that they can still exist freely after you leave," Luo Fan said calmly. "Strengthen the worlds." Hearing this, Qing Yi and Yuji's eyes lit up even more. But soon they frowned. They were already frowning. Qing Yi said, "However, we've already done our best in these worlds. With our methods, we can only strengthen these worlds to this extent. If we want to go further, it's not something we can do." Hearing this, Luo Fan was not surprised at all. This was almost expected. Normal people, if one wanted to create something, unless they had a plan in mind, they would naturally work hard to achieve the limit that they could. Currently, there were 30 million worlds on this mountain peak. Qing Yi and Yuji had only created them to kill time, so they naturally did not have any special plans. When creating these worlds, they naturally worked hard to integrate everything that they could into them. They were the strongest worlds that they could create. This was a matter of course. However, he did not have a solution. At this moment, he directly said, "It can't be created out of thin air. But if we integrate materials into it, there will be no problem." Qing Yi and Yuji hurriedly said, "Please guide us, Master." Hearing this, Luo Fan's heart moved, and he casually pointed with his finger. Two spiritual lights drilled into the center of Qing Yi and Yuji's eyebrows, directly fusing with their memories. At this moment, the two of them felt as if countless information had appeared out of thin air in their memories. In the blink of an eye, they had already understood who knows how many things. After understanding this information, the two of them looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. "So we have to use this method." The information that Luo Fan poured into their memories were the various materials that were suitable to be used to strengthen those worlds. Creating a world could not be more simple for Luo Fan. He was also extremely familiar with strengthening worlds. Qing Yi and Yuji only had wisdom but no accumulation, so they did not know how to use certain materials to strengthen the world. However, this was not a problem for Luo Fan. Yet he was able to easily comprehend the method to strengthen the world. After understanding, the two of them directly knelt and bowed to Luo Fan. They said, "Thank you, Master, for fulfilling our wish." Luo Fan nodded lightly and said, "You can go and collect materials to strengthen these worlds." As he spoke, He lifted his foot and took a light stride. He had already stepped past them and entered the hall that the two of them were in previously. The mysterious aura that surrounded Luo Fan was completely different from the aura of any living creature in this world. It was more complete and more powerful than any other living creature's aura. Any living creature that saw him, as long as they had intelligence and the slightest sensing ability, would be able to sense his power. At this moment, the living creatures in the hall all had powerful sensing abilities. As soon as they saw Luo Fan, they immediately knew how powerful he was. At that moment, even if they did not know Luo Fan, they did not dare to be careless. They did not dare to shout at a stranger who was sitting in the seat of their leader like normal people in the secular world. They immediately bowed to Luo Fan respectfully. Although they did not directly call Luo Fan master, their submissive attitude could not be more obvious. From this point of view, Qing Yi and Yu Ji's ruling ability was obviously quite ordinary. They did not even have a loyal official who was unafraid of death. Luo Fan glanced at these living creatures and did not waste any words. He directly issued an order for them to leave this place and live according to the way they used to live. After that, he directly began to cultivate in this hall. He began to cultivate quietly. Although, to Luo Fan, the most important thing now was to continue to cultivate. He should continue to search for living creatures that were born with intelligence and could connect with the origin of the realm to refine magic treasures. However, this did not mean that he did not have other cultivation to do. In fact, in comparison, there was another type of cultivation that was extremely important. That was, through the feedback of his improved and perfected worldview, Lin Huang was able to see through it, to increase his cultivation realm bit by bit, to increase his cultivation realm to the point where it was compatible with the worldview of laws. After all, although the worldview of laws was the most important thing to rely on to become a true divine, however, the worldview was, after all, a worldview. If he wanted to transform it into strength, he needed to have the corresponding cultivation realm. As for why he was cultivating here, it was because he needed to help Qing Yi and Yu Ji suppress the 30 million worlds. He did not want those worlds to be destroyed when the two of them left to search for materials in other parts of the world. Although Luo Fan did not have deep feelings for Qing Yi and Yu Ji, they were living creatures that he had enlightened and given intelligence after all. It was impossible for him to be completely indifferent to them. Anyway, this was just a small effort for him, so he naturally would not be stingy with this bit of help. When Luo Fan began to cultivate here, Qing Yi and Yu Ji had already left this mountain in a hurry. In Luo Fan's eyes, their strength was not enough at all. But because they had intelligence that was considered to be quite powerful in this world, they were able to survive. Therefore, with their own strength, as long as they did not seek death and offend those living creatures that were born with intelligence, there would not be any problem for them to protect themselves. To them, it was just a matter of time to collect the various materials that they needed. After leaving the mountain, Qing Yi said to Yu Ji, "Master has been so kind to us. We must not let him down. We must collect the materials as soon as possible, lest Master becomes anxious." Yes. That's right. That's how it is. It's already very wrong for us to be a burden to our Master. If we delay any longer, it will be a great sin. Yu Ji also said with a determined expression. From the information that Luo Fan had given them, they clearly knew that the materials they needed might exist in that kind of environment. At this time, they did not hesitate to search for them. Soon, they arrived at a place that seemed to be a swamp. In this place, there might be a kind of boundary stone. If this stone was fused with a world, it could transform the world, causing the world to fuse with other worlds or other materials during the transformation process, thus changing the nature of the world. This kind of boundary stone was the most important of all the materials that Luo Fan had mentioned. It was almost the core of all the materials. However, as the secular world said, there were usually dangerous creatures guarding precious treasures. This was the same for this boundary stone. In the swamp where the boundary stone was located, there was a living creature. This living creature was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it was completely hidden in the depths of the swamp. Although it did not have much intelligence, if it used its strength, even a desperate person would be dragged into the water if they were not careful. At this moment, this living creature was lying quietly in the depths of the swamp. It seemed to be sleeping, but it also seemed to be brewing something. When Qing Yi and Yu Ji arrived, they instantly sensed the terrifying pressure coming from that living creature. It made them feel as if they had fallen into a space with absolute suppression. It made them feel as if they had to overcome an extremely strong resistance just to move. "This is troublesome," Qing Yi murmured. Although the other party did not have intelligence, they did. It was relatively easy for them to scheme against the other party. However, the difference in their strength was too great. They could scheme against the other party 100 times, and the other party would be fine. However, as long as the other party slightly brushed against them, what awaited them would be irreversible misfortune. "Perhaps we can go to other places to take a look." Yu Ji, who was a cowardly rabbit, once again popped his head out. However, his suggestion sounded extremely lacking in confidence. Hearing her words, Qing Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. But very quickly, this trace of interest was suppressed by her. No, it was the same in other places. Similarly, there was a powerful opponent protecting him. Moreover, boundary transformation stones are extremely rare, and for us to be able to encounter one this time is already a blessing that invites the heavens. If he wanted to meet another one, I'm afraid it'll take many years. This is a complete waste of time. Have you forgotten that Master is still waiting for us on that mountain?" she said directly. These words finally ignited Yu Ji's fighting spirit. The timidity and fear on her face gradually disappeared, and she said, "That's right. What you said makes sense. We can't afford to back down any longer. Master is still waiting for us." The two of them reached a consensus. At this time, they naturally did not hesitate anymore. Immediately, they began to discuss how to deal with that living creature. Both of them were not bad in intelligence. Very quickly, they had already thought of an idea. Immediately, Qing Yi nodded to Yu Ji, and Yu Ji directly turned invisible, completely disappearing without a trace. This was what she had created all these years. A method to use the profound mysteries of true divine. This kind of invisibility was completely integrated with the profound mysteries of true divine, completely becoming a part of the profound mysteries of true divine. With such a wonderful invisibility method, even the desperate ones might not be able to discover her without knowing that she had this kind of ability. Seeing that Yu Ji had turned invisible, Qing Yi did not hesitate anymore. She released her strength and her aura without concealing it, unceasingly crushing the swamp below. The living creature hidden in the swamp was originally motionless. Suddenly, it was suppressed by such a fierce aura. Its body moved, and its whole body spread out. It raised its head and let out an angry roar. This sound was extremely penetrating, and even in mid-air, it had already condensed the surrounding profound mysteries of true divine together, forming a strange ray of light. It began to follow the sound and fiercely bombarded Qing Yi. Just the effect of such a sound alone. In fact, it was already extremely terrifying. If Qing Yi did not resist and was hit by this sound, then what awaited her would be the result. It would definitely be the collapse of this body, and in the end, she would suffer extremely serious injuries, or even directly die. However, obviously, with Qing Yi's intelligence, she would not do such a stupid thing. At this time, seeing that the sound wave was approaching, her body flashed. Before the sound wave arrived, she had already used the method of breaking through the air to change her position, dodging the sound wave. Then, without hesitation, she raised her hand and pressed down in the void below. As she pressed down, endless profound mysteries of true divine that existed in the surrounding heaven and earth began to crazily condense in the void in front of her palm. In the end, it formed a huge palm that was large enough to completely cover the living creature hidden in the swamp. It even looked like it was made of real flesh. A wave of ferocious pressure was emitted from this palm. One could imagine that even if it was a living creature hidden in the swamp, it would definitely not be able to escape if it was grabbed by such a palm. In the face of such a palm, how could the living creature in the swamp continue to be as lazy as before? At this moment, its body flashed, and it was already out of the swamp. At this time, Qing, Yi, and Yu Ji, who was hiding at the side, also saw the appearance of the living creature clearly for the first time. This living creature looked like a crocodile. However, this crocodile had 2 horns, and on its tail, there were countless densely packed bone spurs. After this crocodile appeared, energy surged in its body. Then it suddenly opened its mouth, and a large ball of energy in the shape of a ball shot out from its mouth. It directly blasted towards the huge palm that was pressing down on it. This energy also absorbed the profound mysteries of true divine in midair, causing the ball to unknowingly possess the characteristics that only a true divine, remarkable ability had. The characteristics that could naturally adjust according to the situation and naturally evolve all kinds of mysteries and powers. With this characteristic, the ball kept changing in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had already responded to the changes of the palm. It directly turned into a palm and quickly attacked. Crack! The moment the two collided, a terrifying and unparalleled impact was produced. At this moment, the strong sound of the collision caused Qing, Yi, and Yu Ji to feel a stabbing pain in their bodies. It was as though their bodies were going to be completely disintegrated by the sound of the collision. Chapter 1559. After the collision, Qing Yi's palm of power was directly crushed. Although the power that the crocodile spat out was greatly damaged from the collision and was more than 10 times weaker than before, it was still there and easily crushed towards Qing Yi. Seeing this, Qing Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. She suddenly opened her mouth, and a strong gust of air gushed out from her mouth. It directly combined with the endless true saint mysteries in the void and formed countless sharp blades that rushed towards the power that was crushing towards her. The moment they collided with the power, the sharp blades that were formed by the combination of the airflow and the true saint mysteries suddenly exploded and were completely destroyed. However, it was also because of this that the power was slightly damaged because of their existence. Just like that, after the countless densely packed sharp blades collided, the power was finally weakened bit by bit. In the end, it completely disappeared, allowing Qing Yi to escape. Seeing that its attack had lost its effect, the crocodile was obviously extremely angry. Once again, it opened its mouth and another gust of power gushed out from its mouth. In the void, it directly turned into a ball that was like a sun and quickly crushed towards Qing Yi. This ball was the product of the combination of pure power and the true saint mysteries. It also had the characteristics of a true saint's divine ability. In the void, it naturally adjusted and changed according to the situation. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge net. It easily wrapped around Qing Yi. Seeing this, Qing Yi's expression became even more solemn. She instantly raised her hand and drew a line in the void. Under her control, countless true saint mysteries condensed into a huge scissors out of thin air. Facing the net, it fiercely rushed towards it, wanting to cut it open. After all, the net was not a real silk net, but a product that evolved from power. The moment the scissors met it, it naturally changed and directly turned into an incomparably hard ball. With a crushing force, it even caused countless cracks to appear in the surrounding void. It rushed towards the scissors. The scissors also changed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a net. In turn, it wanted to entangle the ball. Under such a change, the power that the crocodile spat out also changed. In the blink of an eye, it changed into another shape that was like a sharp blade. Its change once again caused a reaction from Qing Yi's attack. It was also changing, just like that. From the moment the two powers appeared to the moment they came into contact with each other, billions of changes had occurred between them due to the changes in each other. Because the speed of the transformation was too fast, a strange mirage was formed around the two forces in the end. From the outside, it looked as if the two forces had collided with the mirage. Asterisk crack asterisk, as the two forces collided, a powerful shockwave swept out. Because the shockwave contained the characteristics of a true sage, it constantly changed in the void. It constantly distorted, as if there were countless space-time surging out and disappearing in an extremely short period of time. It was as if he had turned invisible. Green Wing was smarter than the crocodile. She was no match for the crocodile in terms of pure strength. Therefore, in this collision, although her strength had weakened the crocodile's power by several times, there was still a force that broke through his obstruction and rushed towards her. In the face of these powers, Qing Yi had already expected this, but he still used the same method as before. Once again, he eliminated this force, seeing that his method had the upper hand every time, but his opponent had always used despicable methods to stop him. The crocodile finally became angry. At this moment, he finally decided not to use his strength to kill Qing Yi. Instead, he leaped up, and as if he was swimming in water, he quickly swam in the void, directly swimming towards Qing Yi. He wanted to use his own body to directly crush Qing Yi, who had brought him humiliation. Seeing this, Qing Yi was nervous, but at the same time, she was also happy. She had originally planned to lure this crocodile away. Now that this crocodile had taken the initiative to leave its place, it was exactly what she wanted. Of course, this did not mean that the danger she would encounter would be reduced. In fact, the danger that this crocodile brought to her was no less than any other time. With a thought, two wings grew out from Qing Yi's back. As they flapped slightly, they carried endless true mysteries, forming an inexplicable combination that gave her extraordinary speed. It was as if she had crossed the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she had disappeared above this swamp. The crocodile roared angrily, but without hesitation, it twisted its body and chased after Qing Yi. It was not intelligent enough, so it did not know this simple trick of luring the tiger away from its mountain. At this moment, in its eyes, there was only the existence of Qing Yi who had provoked it, and in its heart, there was only this thought of crushing Qing Yi. Not long after, Qing Yi and the crocodile had already disappeared from this swamp. In the blink of an eye, this swamp had already returned to its original calm state, as if nothing had happened. Whether it was the crocodile or Qing Yi, it was as if they had never been here. At this moment, Yu Ji's figure appeared out of thin air above this swamp. At this moment, her expression was a little anxious, and her perception spread out in all directions without hesitation. She began to carefully search for the existence of the boundary stone in this swamp. After all, this was the first material that she had obtained, and it was such a wonderful material. In order to create this situation, Qing Yi had taken such a huge risk, so Yu Ji appeared to be quite nervous. Fortunately, the boundary stone was an extremely conspicuous treasure. Very soon, Yu Ji had already found a piece below the crocodile's original position, which looked like a tall mountain. Its body faintly emitted an indescribable fluctuation, as if it had melted the surrounding time and space, devouring the boundary stone that entered it. Looking at this huge boundary stone, Yu Ji's eyes lit up. She hurriedly raised her hand and grabbed, and at this moment, her palm seemed to have grown many times bigger, directly wrapping the huge stone that was originally countless times bigger than her body in the palm of her hand. With a sudden exertion of strength, he had already lifted the boundary separating stone. At this moment, the entire swamp suddenly shook violently. In this swamp, other than the terrifying crocodile, who knew how many creatures lived in this swamp. However, these creatures were countless times weaker than the crocodile, and they could not bring much pressure to the crocodile at all. That was why the crocodile allowed them to live in this swamp. At this moment, the swamp suddenly shook, as if all the water in the entire swamp was about to boil, and the entire swamp was about to collapse. How could they still quietly hide in their original nests like before? In an instant, many creatures appeared directly above the swamp, and each of them looked at Yu Ji, who was in the center of the swamp, with all kinds of gazes, looking at the boundary stone in Yuji's hand. Although they did not have intelligence, with the instincts of the creatures that could grasp the true divine mystery, they could easily sense that the one that caused this change in the swamp was none other than Yuji. It was that boundary stone. Very quickly, the light in the eyes of these creatures became more and more dangerous, and the ruthlessness contained in them became more and more intense. In the end, at a certain moment, a certain creature roared loudly, and with an unparalleled strength, it ferociously pounced towards Yuji. As this creature made its move, the other creatures seemed to have received a reminder, and they did not hesitate at all. Covering the sky and covering the earth, they directly pounced towards Yuji. In the blink of an eye, the void above was already filled with the countless creatures that were densely packed together. Yuji, who was in the center of the swamp. In the midst of these countless creatures, she was like a weak woman encountering a group of wild beasts. She seemed so helpless, so fragile. However, Yuji was Yuji after all. She was enlightened by Luo Fan, and she possessed intelligence, as well as a powerful creature that could grasp the endless true divine mystery. At this moment, she casually put away the transcending boundary stone. The mountain-like boundary stone disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The disappearance of the boundary stone instantly caused the swamp to finally collapse. Countless small cracks appeared all over the swamp, making it seem as if the swamp was formed by countless small fragments. These fragments, of course, were not fragments of soil or water, but fragments of space-time. It felt as if the space-time of this swamp was originally completely formed by countless fragments glued together. In the midst of these countless fragments, Yuji opened her mouth, and a sound that sounded like the sound of Tao came from her mouth. This sound was endless. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it became louder and louder, and more obvious. This voice contained an extremely mysterious power. After it left her mouth, it naturally fused with the endless mysteries of the true divinity around her. It even fused with the endless fragments of the great Tao, which were the carriers of the mysteries of the true divinity. As a result, the voice of the Tao appeared inexplicably corporeal. In between these solid bodies, the countless space-time fragments that formed the swamp seemed to have become independent space-time. They were densely packed and directly swept all the living creatures into them. All the living creatures that were pouncing towards her disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if they had never appeared before. They had all entered the independent space-time formed by the space-time fragments. These living creatures could at least exert the strength of a false sage. Of course, such a space-time could not completely imprison them. Therefore, in the next moment after entering those space-time, these living creatures had already broken through those space-time, directly escaped, and continued to pounce towards Yuji. However, being able to escape did not mean that they could really get close to Yuji. This was because Yuji's Tao sound was still endless. Under the effect of the combination of the Tao sound and the true divine mystery, the broken space-time naturally recovered in the blink of an eye. It swallowed those living creatures again, causing the swamp that had already broken space-time to become empty again. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar of surprise and anger came from the horizon. This furious roar contained boundless rage and an indescribable crushing power to all living beings that could hear it. It created an incomparably powerful pressure on all living creatures that could hear it. At this moment, Yuji knew that this was the crocodile's voice. After understanding the source of the voice, how could she not know that it was clearly the crocodile that had already sensed that she had put away the boundary transcending stone? At this moment, it had already thrown away its green wings and wanted to come back to snatch the boundary transcending stone back. The boundary transcending stone was a rare treasure. Its original material was already able to affect the surrounding space-time. It was also because of this. The swamp in front of her was condensed because of the existence of the boundary transcending stone, completely condensing with the boundary transcending stone. Finally, at this moment, when the boundary transcending stone left, It was like the skeleton of the space-time was being pulled away. The entire space-time collapsed, causing the space-time where the swamp was to turn into endless space-time fragments. To those living creatures that did not have intelligence, it was naturally impossible for them to clearly understand how the boundary transcending stone caused the space-time to change. However, with the instincts of the living creatures that existed in this world, they could feel the importance of the boundary transcending stone to the space-time they were in. It was a crucial role to their habitat. Therefore, it was natural for them to protect the boundary transcending stone. At this moment, when the crocodile sensed that the boundary transcending stone had disappeared, it was as if the meaning of its existence had been taken away. How could it still care about the anger of being provoked? Naturally, it let go of Ching Yi and turned around to deal with Yu Ji. The power of the crocodile's roar was quite shocking. It made Yu Ji feel an indescribable pressure. Even the Tao sound that she spat out was slightly affected. She felt that the resistance she felt when she spat out the Tao sound was completely different from before. If this continued, it would be difficult for her Tao sound to continue. In the end, the living creatures would definitely break away from the space-time and start to attack her directly. In this way, the trouble she would encounter would increase by 10 times, 100 times. Just when Yu Ji was secretly worried in the distance, the crocodile's roar suddenly stopped. Faintly, there was a terrifying shock wave coming from afar. At this moment, Yu Ji already understood. It was obvious that Xing Yi had stopped the crocodile's roar at this moment. With a thought, Yu Ji did not dare to hesitate anymore. Her body flashed, and the Tao sound did not stop. Her body had already completely disappeared, and she started to quickly flee into the distance. This kind of self-concealment technique was created by Yu Ji after she was born with intelligence. It was a mysterious technique that used the mysteries of true divinity. Unless those living creatures that were born with the ability to conceal themselves, it would be absolutely difficult for those living creatures to discover her existence without intelligence. Just like the crocodile from before, Yu Ji was clearly on par with Ching Yi, but it only discovered Ching Yi. It did not discover her existence at all. This was the reason. At this moment, it was the same. Those living creatures were weaker than Yu Ji. If it was not for the fact that there were too many of them, and they would bring great trouble to her if they were entangled, Yu Ji might have already sent them away. Under such circumstances, how would they be able to detect Yu Ji's self-concealment technique, which he had created himself? Therefore, when Yu Ji directly stopped the Tao sound and let those living creatures break away from the space-time they were in, those living creatures could only roar in confusion. None of them could discover Yu Ji's existence at this moment. Yu Ji had already used the chaos to escape far away. She was unknown how many thousands of miles away she had gone. When it quieted down and she realized that no living creatures were chasing after her, she used the communication method that she had created over the years to directly contact Ching Yi and ask her to quickly escape. Ching Yi, who was constantly attacking the crocodile to prevent it from wholeheartedly chasing after Yu Ji, received the message. Her heart jolted. She directly waved at the furious crocodile and said with a smile, "Goodbye." As she spoke, her figure had already disappeared without a trace. Since Yu Ji could master the concealment technique, it was naturally not a problem for her. That was why she did not use this concealment technique previously. She only wanted to lure the crocodile away. Now that everything was settled, she naturally would not seek death again. Although that crocodile was strong, against this concealment technique, it could not do anything at all. Seeing that Ching Yi had suddenly disappeared, it let out an angry roar and directly released its power indiscriminately. It stirred the space-time in a large area around it. After realizing that there was no effect and Ching Yi did not appear, it could only roar angrily. Putting Ching Yi aside, it directly shot in the direction of the swamp at high speed. Just like what was said before, as a living creature without much intelligence, it did not know about the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. To this crocodile, its enemy was Yu Ji. There was only Yu Ji who had snatched away the boundary transcending stone. As for Qing Yi, who was more crucial in making it lose the boundary transcending stone, it did not think that she had anything to do with this. Hence, at this moment, it completely did not have any thoughts of continuing to tangle with Qing Yi after the crocodile left. Qing Yi, who had hidden at the side, then appeared. With a pitiful but excited gaze, she looked at the faraway crocodile. Indeed, intelligence is the most important. If I did not receive intelligence from Master, I am afraid that my performance would be no different from its clumsiness. Foolish. She sighed, and once again concealed her figure. She began to quickly shoot in the direction where Yuji was. As an existence that could master the profound mystery of true divine. If Qing Yi wanted to hurry on with her journey, it was really very simple. Even if this world was extremely special and mysterious, it could not stop her from traversing a distance of tens of thousands of miles in a short period of time and directly arriving at the mountain where Yuji was currently at. After a short while, when Qing Yi appeared on that mountain, Yuji said joyfully, "Qing Yi, I succeeded. I succeeded. How big is the boundary transcending stone? Is it enough?" Qing Yi nodded and asked with a smile, "It's enough. Not to mention 30 million worlds. Even if it's 30 trillion worlds, these boundary transcending stones are more than enough." Yuji nodded continuously and said, "To strengthen and upgrade a world, although the boundary transcending stone was extremely important, it was not the only one. Moreover, the amount of boundary transcending stone needed to upgrade each world was not considered much. The boundary transcending stone that they found just now was indeed enough to use for 30 million worlds." Hearing Yuji's words, Qing Yi was overjoyed and said, "That's great. As long as the problem of the boundary transcending stone is solved, the following materials are relatively simple. Looks like we can go back very soon. We don't need to let Master wait any longer." Yuji nodded vigorously. His face was filled with excitement. However, Qing Yi did not ask Yuji to take out the boundary transcending stone for her to see, although there was a distance of tens of thousands of miles from here to the swamp. In terms of the entire world's macroscopic scale, it was still extremely close to the swamp. Taking out the boundary transcending stone here was extremely likely to cause the crocodile in the swamp to sense it. At that time, it would obviously not be good to have new problems arising. While the two of them were excited here, in the swamp over there, the crocodile was already enraged to the point of madness. After losing the boundary transcending stone, the space-time of this swamp had long collapsed. The entire space-time looked like it was formed by countless fragments glued together. That scene was as cruel as it could be and as strange as it could be. However, this kind of situation, of course, would not last long. Although the boundary transcending stone was miraculous, compared to this side of the world that was filled with countless great Tao fragments and countless true sage mysteries, it was still considered nothing. The influence left behind by the boundary transcending stone naturally could not exist in this world forever. Very soon, the laws of this world had already gradually made those space-time fragments fuse together again, and it began to make this swamp's space-time gradually start to return to normal. Of course, this process could not be considered very fast. The creatures in this swamp were as obedient as they could be in front of the crocodile. One by one, they floated in midair and faced the crocodile, as if they were tens of thousands of beasts facing the Beast King. At that moment, the crocodile did not care about these creatures. At that moment, both of its eyes were burning as it stared at the swamp, staring at the existence that existed in the center of the swamp. It was as if there was a cave that seemed to be dug out from a mountain. In its eyes, a ferocious glint flashed. Around its body, a layer of fiery red smoke appeared, constantly surging around its body. It looked as if it could simply ignite the flames around it. That anger became more and more intense and more obvious. In the end, it actually produced an indescribable, mysterious change. Chapter 1560. Looking at the crocodile's appearance, it was clear that due to the various encounters it had gone through, It had naturally developed its own innate intelligence. The moment this intelligence was born, the crocodile's aura began to surge crazily. In an instant, its newly born intelligence had already connected with the indescribable existence that was similar to the realm origin. An indescribable power was naturally guided down by it. This power was extremely powerful. Once it appeared, it naturally caused the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles to completely change. As a result, the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to become a part of the crocodile's body in the blink of an eye. All the rules, all the mysteries of the true divinities, and all the fragments of the great Tao instantly began to follow the structure of the crocodile's body. The way it operated began to change. Vaguely, the silhouette of a huge crocodile appeared out of thin air within this unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles. This was not just a silhouette or a mere image. In reality, this huge crocodile possessed the characteristics of a real crocodile's body at this moment. It could allow the crocodile to see and sense everything through the huge eyes of the new crocodile and its shocking senses. Because the living beings within the space-time of the swamp were too close to the crocodile, when the power descended, they were all assimilated by the power before the surrounding space-time could change, directly becoming a part of the power. All of them were turned into a part of the huge crocodile. In the blink of an eye, they had completely lost their lives and disappeared without a trace. However, it was only a short moment. It had already changed the state of the many living beings that Qing, Yi, and Yuji would have needed to expend a lot of energy to maintain their undefeated state. It could even be said that they had completely annihilated them. The huge silhouette appeared there, looking around disdainfully. Its originally powerful aura instantly skyrocketed by who knew how many times. As its eyes turned, it actually instantly locked onto Qing, Yi, and Yuji, who were tens of thousands of miles away. If it was before this, the crocodile would not have connected Qing, Yi, and the disappearance of the boundary transcending stone together. However, the situation now was completely different. At this moment, for some reason, this crocodile had suddenly sprouted intelligence and obtained an intelligence that was many times stronger than before. As the various experiences from before flashed through its mind, naturally, it was able to understand all sorts of causes and effects. He immediately understood that Green Wing, who had been entangled with him for a long time, had definitely lured him away on purpose, so that the other person could snatch his boundary, transforming stone. After understanding this, how could it not know what to do? Immediately, it roared loudly. He raised his claws and slammed them down on a mountain where Qingyi and Yuji were at. Damn it! How did it suddenly become so much stronger? At that moment, Qing-Yi turned pale with fright and let out a loud roar. The reason why they were able to fool around with the crocodile before was because the crocodile's intelligence was too low. There was a qualitative difference between them. In terms of strength, the two of them added together. Not even 1% of that crocodile. And now, the crocodile had even guided the existence that was somewhat similar to the origin of the realm. It was a terrifying power that far surpassed its own strength. It was beyond imagination. With Qing, Yi, and Yuji's strength, it was almost impossible for them to resist it. At that moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. With a thought, they did not hesitate at all. They directly guided the endless mysteries of the true sage to envelop them. They directly burrowed underground. The ability to burrow into the ground was not difficult for ordinary heaven and earth. Putting aside existences at the false sage level, even ordinary mortal realm cultivators who had yet to become immortals would definitely be able to burrow into the ground easily as long as they knew the method. However, that was in an ordinary world. In this vast and boundless world where even ordinary living beings could unleash the strength of a false sage, burrowing underground was not something that ordinary living beings could do. It was not that they did not have enough strength to use the burrowing ability. Instead, it was because this kind of earth-burrowing divine ability required extraordinary thinking to be created and executed. And the premise of this fantastic idea was intelligence. With such a premise, coupled with the fact that there were living beings in this world that were born with intelligence, they could easily guide the terrifying power of that strange existence to destroy the world. Why would they focus their attention on a small method like burrowing underground? Because of all these reasons, the ability to burrow underground had never appeared in this world. Only existences like Qing, Yi, and Yuji, who had been enlightened by others, would not have their own strength increase and would need to borrow various combat techniques to be able to defeat other living beings with innate intelligence. Only then would they painstakingly create a burrowing ability. At this moment, Qing, Yi, and Yuji used the earth burrowing divine art to burrow into the ground. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the top of the mountain. They burrowed deep into the ground and disappeared in front of the crocodile. This sudden change confused the crocodile. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes, and the claws that were pressing down also paused for a moment. This pause was enough to give Qing, Yi, and Yuji hope. The two of them took advantage of this pause to escape far away. The crocodile's intelligence had just been born, so its brain was not very good at thinking. After it couldn't think clearly, it was too lazy to think about it. At this time, it directly threw the sudden change to the back of its mind. After a pause, it continued to press its claws down. In an instant, it didn't just erase the mountain that originally existed here. Moreover, just wiping it away wasn't enough. He continued to go deeper, wiping away an unknown number of tens of thousands of miles. Only after leaving a bottomless pit did he stop. The rumbling of the ground, the shaking of space and time. The mysteries of the true sage surged, and the fragments of the great path continued to shatter. Everything that happened was like the end of the world for the living creatures nearby. It was like the end of the world. In an instant, countless living beings were killed. Because of this shock, he was panic-stricken. Countless figures surged out from all over the place and looked at this incomparably huge scene from afar. There was an enormous crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. Come out! The crocodile did not care about all of this at all. It discovered that its powerful pressure did not have any effect at all. It did not cause any damage to the person who might have stolen the Transcendent Stone. The anger in its heart increased, and it roared loudly. At this moment, the anger in its heart had already turned into a tangible red smoke that surged out from its body. It continuously twined around its body and kept surging. It looked like a ball of fiery red clouds wrapped around the crocodile's body. This scene made the alligator, which was already shocking and gave people great psychological pressure, appear even more shocked and gave people even more psychological pressure. It roared. Of course, it could not have any effect. Qing, Yi, and Yuji had decisively chosen to escape through the ground. At this moment, they had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away. How could they come back just because of this crocodile's roar? The crocodile's roar did not receive any response at all. The anger in its heart grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a fiery red flame and began to wrap around its powerful body that was condensed from the terrifying power. The alligator that was condensed from power and looked no different from a normal alligator seemed to have turned into a fiery alligator at this moment. The fiery red flame continued to burn space and time. It continuously ignited more and more mysteries of the true sage in the surroundings. It ignited more and more fragments of the great path in the surroundings. It gradually turned into a pile of fiery red flames that had lost its original form. This caused the space and time to gradually change. Even the ground began to gradually turn into a sea of fiery red magma that continuously spread in all directions. Although the living beings in this world were not too dense, it was only comparable to the living beings in ordinary worlds. The living beings in this world were not so sparse that there were no living beings within tens of thousands of miles. Previously, when the crocodile had gathered power from a place that was similar to the realm origin, it had changed the space and time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. When the space and time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had transformed into the crocodile's huge body, Countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had already suffered great misfortune. The crocodile had treated them as parasites within its body. It had crushed them, forced them, and chased them. They had become like stray dogs that had lost their homes and had to flee for their lives. At this moment, the anger in the crocodile's heart had broken through its limit. When the fiery red mist that originally existed had turned into flames, they had also been burned by the flames. For a time, there were wails everywhere. Countless living beings had also been ignited by the flames. Everything in their bodies, the mysteries of the true saint that they had mastered, and there had all been turned into fuel for the flames. They had continuously strengthened the flames that had brought them misfortune. Such a change was naturally fatal to these living beings. For a time, countless living beings had died in this process. Everything in their bodies had been burned by the flames. In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared without a trace. The straightforward damage was enough to show how terrifying the power that had been guided from that indescribable place was. However, the crocodile did not care about this at all. It did not think too much about the misfortune that its anger would bring to other living beings. At this moment, its eyes were only fixed on the deep pit that its claws had created. It continuously tried to distinguish all the auras within it. It wanted to find Qing, Yi, and Yuji's auras. It wanted to find Qing, Yi, and Yuji again. It did not care about the changes in the other living beings. However, the other living beings outside the range of its power could not help but pay attention to them. At this moment, the many living beings were filled with fear. They began to flee in all directions. They looked like stray dogs found them. It was unknown how much time had passed. The crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up as it spat out such a sound. As it spoke, its body leaped up without hesitation. In the air, it was as though it was swimming in water. It began to move rapidly in a certain direction. That direction was none other than the direction that Qing, Yi, and Yuji had escaped to with the Earth Escape divine ability. Even if Qing, Yi, and Yuji had escaped in an extremely obscure and restrained manner, it was still impossible for them to completely conceal all the traces that they had left behind. Among them, there would definitely be some indescribable aura remaining there. If this aura lasted for a little longer, it would naturally disperse. Moreover, even if it did not disperse, to most living beings, it was equivalent to not existing at all. However, to this crocodile that had just gained intelligence, although it was not too high, it could already form a connection with that indescribable place. It was enough for it to discover Qing, Yi, and Yuji. Not good. It's catching up. Qing, Yi, who had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away, had a drastic change in expression as she said, "How is that possible? How could it possibly find us? We created this Earth Escape divine ability based on Master's divine ability." Yuji's face was filled with disbelief. Although the two of them had sufficient intelligence, the wisest person they had seen was Luo Fan. Therefore, all the divine abilities that they created and all the actions that they had done were actually based on Luo Fan. They could find inspiration from Luo Fan. This Earth Escape divine ability was naturally no exception. It was also because of this Earth Escape divine ability that Qing, Yi, and Yuji were extremely confident in this Earth Escape divine ability. They thought that this divine ability was incomparably perfect and could become their trump card. With such a mentality, suddenly, they realized that this divine ability did not seem to be as perfect as they had imagined. It could actually be tracked by others. It was as if their beliefs had collapsed. Although we used Master's divine ability as a reference, our abilities are too weak and we can't unleash much of its power. It's very normal that we could be caught. Qing, he said calmly. After all, she was much more intelligent than Yuji. At this time, she had already distinguished the severity of the situation and knew what she should focus on. Her words instantly made the crumbling look on Yuji's face disappear, and it was replaced by an inexplicable hope. That's right, we're weak. It's not that there's a problem with Master's divine ability, she said. Although they were talking like this, the speed of the two of them was not affected at all. They were still advancing rapidly in the direction that they had chosen previously. We can't go on like this. Its speed is much faster than ours. If this continues, it will definitely catch up to us soon, Yuji said as he turned his head to look at the empty scene behind him. Let's go up. Qingyi nodded and gritted her teeth. Previously, they chose to burrow into the ground because they felt that the earth-burrowing divine ability had never appeared in this world. Therefore, the crocodile would definitely not be able to easily discover their direction of escape and catch up to them. But now, they realized that the opponent had actually discovered them and locked onto them. Naturally, there was no need to continue using the earth-burrowing divine ability. After all, although the earth-burrowing divine ability that they had created was mysterious and was tens of thousands of times more mysterious than the earth-burrowing divine ability in the world. However, the speed could not be compared to flying. Therefore, in a situation where they needed to hide and could hide, the earth-burrowing divine ability was naturally better. However, in a situation where the opponent had locked onto them and could not shake them off, flying was naturally the better choice. Qingyi's words instantly cleared Yuji's eyes. She hurriedly nodded. Okay. Then, the two of them went up without hesitation. In a flash, they had already rushed out of the ground and arrived in midair. Then, they advanced forward at an even faster speed. Looking at the direction that they were heading, it was the direction that they came from. In other words, the direction of the mountain peak that Luo Fan was at. Looking at this, it was obvious that the two of them now felt that they could not deal with the crocodile, so they planned to ask for help from Luo Fan. Of course, the reason why they had such confidence and dared to ask for help from Luo Fan was actually because they knew that Luo Fan was actually looking for such creatures with innate intelligence. Since they were enlightened by Luo Fan and even had to address Luo Fan as their master, how would they dare to bring trouble to Luo Fan? That crocodile did not know their target. At this moment, it realized that the target that it was tracking had suddenly increased in speed. It was even more furious, and the flames surged again. The originally extremely hot and extremely huge fiery red flames surged again. However, it finally surpassed a certain limit. It directly formed a ball of fiery red sun in the void. It was as if the sun had fallen to the ground. It left a fiery red trace in the void, and it flew forward at a speed that was several times faster than before. This appearance was impressively that the flames actually burned through time and space, causing it to directly make way for it. In another way, it shortened the distance between it and Qingyi, so that it looked as if its speed had once again increased. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from behind, Qingyi and Yuji's expressions became even more horrified. This is troublesome. Looks like we won't be able to return to Master's side this time. Qingyi looked at Yuji with a flash of bitterness in her eyes. Why don't we throw the boundary transcending stone back? Maybe after taking it back, it won't trouble us anymore. Yuji suddenly made such a suggestion. That's impossible. Think about it. If you were it, would you give up chasing after us just because you took back the boundary transcending stone? At this moment, the boundary transcending stone is already secondary. The reason why it is so determined to chase after us now is actually because it wants to calm the anger in its heart. Qingyi sighed. Hearing this, Yuji's expression stiffened. After all, she also had this intelligence, so she knew that what Qingyi said was right. Obviously, if he admitted that what Qingyi said made sense, it would mean that his future had become dark. Then what should we do? Yuji said with some despair. Let's give it a try. Qingyi sighed. His figure slowly came to a stop. Seeing that Qingyi had stopped, Yuji's body also gradually stopped. Standing side by side with Qingyi, they began to float in the void. The two of them looked at the fiery red sun that was rapidly approaching from afar, and their eyes gradually burned with madness after despair. Even if they were going to die, they would definitely bite off a piece of meat from that crocodile's body and let that crocodile feel what pain was. That crocodile noticed that the two of them had stopped, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. Finally giving up, I want to let you guys feel the anger in my heart. Are you guys ready? Perhaps it was because of the intelligence that was triggered by anger. The intelligence that this crocodile gave birth to was rather brutal. Moreover, in terms of level, it was also extremely high. It was not inferior to an ordinary false saint. At this moment, although it had just been born with intelligence that had not been long ago, it already had such complicated thoughts. This is my territory. Get lost. At this moment, an angry voice sounded in the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles. This voice was extremely dignified, and there was a faint sense of honesty in it. Just from this voice alone, one could tell that the intelligence of the existence that spoke was definitely similar to that of a simple and honest man. The greatest possibility was that it was only at the level of an ordinary person, but it was unlikely that it could be compared to the current crocodile. However, although its intelligence could not be compared to this crocodile, there was no doubt that it was powerful. Just this voice alone had already shaken the space-time, causing the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles to instantly turn into an impenetrable wall. It produced an indescribable pressure on everything within it. Not only did it make the crocodile's body freeze, but it also made Qing, Yi, and Yuji, who were also within this range, completely lose control of their bodies. Their entire bodies were directly smashed into the ground, sinking deeply. Who? After the crocodile's body froze, it shouted. It had just gained intelligence, but it had yet to communicate with any other intelligent creatures. Naturally, it did not know that there were powerful intelligent creatures in this area. Get lost. The voice sounded again at this moment. Perhaps it was because the existence that spoke was angry, but the pressure produced by such a voice was even greater. Just this word alone had already made the crocodile's body involuntarily take a few steps back. Realizing that it had actually retreated, the angry flames around the crocodile's body began to burn even more wildly. Chapter 1561. When the furious red flames touched the ground, they naturally ignited the ground, causing the ground to melt and turn into fiery red magma, faintly emitting the same characteristics as the flames. At this moment, an endless stream of water suddenly gushed out from the ground, directly drowning all the land that was covered by the lava and flames. Top novels. In the blink of an eye, the vast land had turned into an ocean. It was an ocean that contained endless true mysteries and was fused with endless fragments of the great Tao. One could vaguely see countless great Tao and countless worlds within it. After the sea was formed, it instantly rushed upwards, directly towards the flames that were enveloped by the flames. Crocodile rushed over. The crocodile was not shocked. Instead, it was happy. It shouted, "We're finally out." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Back when it was in its original form, the might of its roar was already unimaginably powerful. Even Qing, Yi, and Yuji felt that their lives were in danger, as if their existence was about to be erased. At this moment, his colossal body was condensed from the terrifying might that was similar to the origin of the realm. Its might was countless times stronger than his true body. Such a roar truly caused the space within a range of millions and millions of miles to instantly crumble. The endless mysteries of the true saints seemed to have been broken apart in the process, and they all collapsed. It could no longer maintain its original state as a true divine profound mystery, and it could no longer maintain its original omnipotent characteristics. Just the ripples that leaked out from the roar were already so powerful. The changes in the strange ocean below where the roar was directed were even greater and more obvious. In the blink of an eye, an unimaginably terrifying virtual sphere was spat out from the crocodile's mouth and landed on the ocean below. In the blink of an eye, it was like a black hole. He began to crazily swallow the mysterious ocean. More and more seawater was continuously swallowed, and through some indescribable transformation, it was turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, that simple and honest voice rang out again, "I won't scram, then die." In this voice, from the place that was similar to the origin of the realm. Naturally, an indescribable power descended, directly falling into a certain place in the ocean that was far more than tens of thousands of miles wide. He directly fused with one of the living beings there. At this moment, the crocodile finally realized what the creature looked like. It was a living creature. It was in the form of a tortoise with a dragon head. The tortoise wasn't very big. It was only 30 feet in diameter. Lying on the ground, it was almost impossible to see it from afar. However, at this moment, after the tortoise fused with the terrifying power, the tortoise began to tremble. The aura around his body was rising crazily. Although there was no change in its size, the skyrocketing aura made it seem as if it had grown countless times bigger. Immediately after, the countless patterns on the turtle's shell suddenly separated from its shell and directly constructed a huge cage in the void. It began to expand rapidly and quickly wrapped around its only enemy, the giant crocodile. The cage that was formed by the sorrowful patterns of the tortoise was so mysterious. Although it seemed so illusory, there was an unbreakable and immortal aura within this illusory space. Even the true divine mysteries and great path fragments that had survived here couldn't shake this immortal aura at all. The speed at which the cage expanded was so fast that in almost a flash, it had already expanded from its original size of 30 feet to billions of miles. Before the crocodile could react, the cage had already wrapped around the crocodile. There was nothing in the cage, or rather, everything that existed had been completely disintegrated. This included the ocean, the true divine mysteries, the great path fragments, and naturally, this crocodile. However, perhaps because the tortoise was controlling the land, Qing-Yi, Yu-Ji, and the other living creatures on the land weren't trapped in the cage. Although they were extremely terrified, they weren't injured at all. Of course, Qing-Yi and the rest were still able to see this cage at this moment. However, the cage in their eyes seemed to be in a completely different dimension from them. It was as though they were in a different space-time. Although they could see it, they could not touch it. Moreover, they were not affected by it at all. Should we escape now? Yu-Ji asked Qing-Yi cautiously at this moment. When Qing-Yi heard this, she really wanted to say yes. However, when she saw that the tortoise was faintly observing them from thousands of miles away, she wisely said, "Let's wait and see what happens first." When Yu-Ji heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The battle between the tortoise and the crocodile in front of her was really too high-end for her. She couldn't even understand such a high-end battle. As she felt the fluctuations, her heart was constantly filled with fear. She was always worried that if the power of the cage leaked even a little, her body would be directly turned into nothingness, causing the wisdom that she had painstakingly obtained to disappear without a trace. At this moment, the battle in the cage wasn't one-sided. Although the cage had the effect of disintegrating everything, its essence was also formed from the terrifying power that was similar to the origin of the realm. This essence was no different from the current body structure of the crocodile. Under such circumstances, the body of the crocodile facing the cage naturally couldn't be easily disintegrated like an ordinary true divine mysteries or an ordinary great path fragment. At this moment, the disintegration power of the cage formed a tug of war with the crocodile's body. Its body was constantly being melted, but at the same time, it was constantly recovering. Neither of the two could really suppress the other, and neither could really gain an absolute victory. However, although the body was disintegrated, it completely recovered in the next moment and didn't really disappear. The process of the body being disintegrated still existed. This process naturally brought pain to the crocodile, so it was naturally impossible for it to not exist. Therefore, at this moment, although the crocodile wasn't really suppressed, it could only let out countless painful roars. Its entire body was frantically struggling. Roars kept coming out of his mouth. This kind of roar was even more realistic than the true divine mysteries. Even the existence of the true divine mysteries could be disintegrated and turned into nothingness. This kind of roar was naturally not a problem. At that moment, those roars were like a person's throat being strangled every time he roared. It was as if he couldn't continue to speak, and it seemed very strange. It was so unpleasant to hear. The crocodile obviously didn't put its hopes on these roars. While roaring, its body also moved in the air as if it was swimming in the water. It tried its best to swim directly below the cage where the tortoise was. However, this cage was so mysterious. No matter how fast the crocodile swam, no matter how shocking its swimming strength was, no matter how far it swam, the distance between it and the tortoise didn't change at all. It was as if the tortoise had completely fixed the distance between itself and the crocodile. No matter how the crocodile changed, it could only maintain this distance and couldn't surpass it. This process continued, and the crocodile couldn't see any hope of winning. Unknowingly, the crocodile finally felt fear for the first time since it was born. Under this fear, the red flames around its body began to gradually extinguish, especially in the cage that didn't exist. Because of the effect of the cage, the speed at which the flames were extinguished became more obvious and faster. In a short while, the crocodile had already returned to its original form and was flying towards the red sun. "Stop! Since this is your territory, then I'll leave. If we continue to fight like this, it won't do either of us any good." The crocodile roared after the raging flames were extinguished. This roar was filled with pain and fear. Under normal circumstances, its opponent would have definitely taken advantage of the situation and walked down the stairs when it surrendered and begged for mercy. After all, there wasn't any irreconcilable enmity between them. However, this wasn't a normal world, and its opponent wasn't a normal opponent either. From the sound of the tortoise's voice, one could tell that the tortoise's intellect was still lacking. In other words, it was a little stubborn. For a stubborn person, once they made a decision, they would definitely carry it out. It could be said that nothing could be changed. As for the tortoise, since they couldn't come to an agreement, and it had already said that it would take its life if it didn't want to leave, it naturally had to carry it out. Even if the crocodile admitted defeat and wanted to retreat or even beg for mercy, it would still do the same. Therefore, at that moment, when the tortoise heard the crocodile's words, it didn't say anything and didn't restrain its actions. The power of the cage didn't decrease, but increased instead. It was determined to burn the crocodile and destroy it. At that moment, the crocodile finally realized that something wasn't right. Its eyes were filled with shock and anger as it struggled frantically. Boundless power surged out of its body. Or rather, it surged out of the power that made up its body and transformed into countless special forms. It formed countless combinations that were similar to the true sage mystic art and bombarded the cage in a frenzy. After all, the cage wasn't invincible. Under the bombardment of this power, although it tried its best to meld it and destroy all the attacks, the cage still shook slightly due to the changes. As the cage shook, the body of the tortoise on the ground also shook slightly. On its shell, traces of markings appeared out of thin air before disappearing without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. The tortoise's expression, it also seemed to be in pain. However, even though it was in pain, its eyes didn't waver. There was only determination and murderous intent. Under such circumstances, the two creatures were in a stalemate. Overall, the tortoise had the upper hand. Gradually, more and more of the crocodile's body was melted away. After it was melted away, it became harder and harder to recover. However, throughout the entire process, the tortoise continued to be injured. On its body, traces that shouldn't have appeared from time to time. This made it feel an indescribable pain. Time passed slowly during this process. After an unknown amount of time, the crocodile suddenly let out a loud roar of pain. Immediately after, the terrifying power that formed its gigantic body suddenly collapsed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was completely melted away by the cage. It disappeared without a trace, no. At that moment, the crocodile's eyes were filled with fear. The power in its body surged crazily as it wanted to retain this power. It wanted this power to reconstruct its gigantic body. It fought against the huge cage. However, it was a pity that the power gradually disappeared in the end. The reason for this was very simple. The time that it could control this power had come to an end. the power that was guided from a place similar to the origin of a realm was powerful beyond the imagination of all creatures. It was so terrifying that it could crush everything. However, there was a huge limit to how long this power could exist. The stronger one's control over the power, the longer the power could last. The stronger one's strength was, the longer the power could last. At this time, the crocodile had only just developed its own intelligence. The power that it guided this time was also the first time it guided power from that inexplicable place. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how strong its control over this power was. It could be said that to be able to maintain this power for such a long time and let the power act as its gigantic body for such a long time, this was because it felt that its life was in danger and its potential was extremely stimulated. Thus, it was able to display extraordinary effects. Under normal circumstances, not long after it encountered the tortoise, the body formed by the power would have collapsed, and the power would have disappeared. When the power disappeared, the tortoise's eyes lit up. The cage suddenly shrank rapidly. There were great benefits to having a huge cage, but there was also a magical effect to shrinking it. The larger the cage, the more creatures it could imprison, the more things it could imprison. However, the power of the cage would obviously be affected. Due to the size of the cage, the power would be dispersed to various parts of the cage. Once the cage shrank, even though the number of living beings and objects it could imprison would be greatly reduced, all of the power of the cage would be suppressed due to its shrinkage. As a result, the power within the cage would naturally become more and more powerful and astonishing. Due to this characteristic of the cage, the rapid shrinking of the cage was the world's biggest nightmare to the crocodile. Originally, the crocodile's body was much stronger than the body formed by the power. Similar to the cage, the body formed by the power also had the same effect. Although the power's overall strength was many times stronger than the crocodile's body, because its body was also countless times larger, the power was dispersed. Naturally, the strength of the body naturally could not compare to its original body, but this strength only allowed it to last a little longer in the original cage. Now that the cage was shrinking rapidly and its power was increasing rapidly, the result was self-evident. Roar! At this moment, the crocodile let out an incomparably mournful roar. Its entire body was rapidly disintegrated as the cage shrank. In the blink of an eye, its tail and claws had already melted into nothing. Moreover, this melting process continued to spread and gradually engulf the crocodile's entire body, causing the remaining part of its body to quickly melt as well. One could imagine that if there was no preparation, the crocodile would completely melt in the next instant and become a part of the cage. At this moment, a soft sigh was heard. "Don't be so wasteful, okay?" As the words were spoken, a terrifying power suddenly descended on the cage out of nowhere. This terrifying power was also guided from an indescribable place that was similar to the realm's origin. Under this power, space-time was instantly divided into countless parts. It was unknown how many complete heavens and earth were formed, directly wrapping around the cage. This power divided space-time into worlds, and it was many times stronger than Yuji's previous method of turning space-time fragments into complete space-time when she resisted the many living beings in the swamp. It should be known that the method that Yuji used back then seemed similar to this one. It also expanded and divided small space-time fragments and extended them into a complete state. However, what Yuji used back then was only to turn space-time fragments into normal space-time. Even those living beings that did not have much intelligence and were only slightly stronger than Yuji could easily break out. It could be said that apart from delaying the living beings, there was not much effect at all. However, the effect of this power was completely different now. This power was formed by extending space-time fragments. It was not ordinary space-time. Instead, it was a complete world that could give birth to countless living beings. It was extremely complete, and it even had a prosperous cultivation civilization. Everything else aside, if the living beings that could easily break through Yuji's method crashed into these worlds, they would not need to wait for anything. Just the power of the world itself was already enough to destroy all living beings, causing them to completely disappear at this very moment. When this power descended, the worlds that were formed began to wildly divide the cage, devouring more and more of the cage into the countless worlds. The cage, which was originally shrinking rapidly, completely stopped. Moreover, the power that had completely melted and devoured all living beings, and everything within it was instantly greatly reduced. As a result, the crocodile, which had already melted more than half of its body, finally managed to preserve itself at the last moment. For ordinary living beings, losing half of their bodies naturally meant that they could only wait for death. However, for an extremely powerful existence like this crocodile, having so much of its body melted was like a superficial wound to it, not even worth mentioning. The instant the power of the melting power was greatly reduced, the crocodile began to rapidly regrow. Not long after, its body that had been melted was restored. In the blink of an eye, the crocodile was once again whole and intact. However, although its body had recovered, its mental state had not recovered at all. At this moment, its face was still filled with fear, and even its body was slightly curled up. The feeling of its entire body being melted was simply too intense and unbearable. Even the slightest recollection of it was enough to fill it with indescribable fear. This had completely destroyed its will to fight. Having intelligence did not only bring benefits. With intelligence, there would also be fear, and it would lose its ability to fight due to fear. At this moment, Qing, Yi, and Yuji, who had been watching the battle from below, were both pleasantly surprised. Yuji even cried out in surprise, "Master!" At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the void. The figure held a strange flat surface in his hand, and his expression seemed to be a little regretful and helpless. This person was Luo Fan. Right now, the power that descended out of nowhere and enveloped the cage, preventing it from completely melting the crocodile and devouring it, was unleashed by the treasure in his hand. This magic treasure itself was formed from a creature born with innate intelligence in this world. When Luo Fan refined it into a treasure back then, not only did he retain the ability to guide the strange power to descend, he even worked hard to strengthen this ability, working hard to make the power that it could guide stronger and stronger. It was precisely because of this that he was able to guide the power like the living being had done back then, and achieve something similar to what the living being had done back then. Of course, this was because he was more knowledgeable than that creature for back then, and he was more intelligent than that creature. Therefore, under his control, the power was many times more powerful than when the living being had controlled it back then. At this moment, the countless worlds created by the power were no longer as wild and primitive as before. Instead, each and every one of them was like the world that Hun Guzi and the others had worked hard to create back then, a world that could allow one to become a saint through the mysteries of a true saint. Chapter 1562. Needless to say, such a powerful world naturally had a strong digestive ability for a portion of the cage that was devoured. Top. Point. Novel. X. At that moment, the huge cage between the countless worlds began to shatter and disappear bit by bit, as if it was being gnawed on by ants. In just a short while, its appearance had completely changed. Faced with such a change, the tortoise-like creature was both shocked and furious. "What the hell are you? Why did you attack me for no reason?" It roared. Its voice was filled with doubt, anger, and indescribable fear. As mentioned before, although the power that was guided from an unknown place was extremely powerful and could destroy everything, create everything, and change everything, there were various limitations to this power. Among them, the greatest limitation was time. At that moment, although the tortoise-like creature guided the power much slower than the crocodiles, due to its explosive power being too strong, the time it could last was shorter than the crocodile's power. At that moment, the power that had transformed into the cage was nearing its end. As the time that the power existed for was nearing its end, the power naturally began to dissipate and lose its original form. In such a state, the tortoise-like creature also guided the power from an unknown existence and suffered from the countless worlds gnawing and exhaustion. The outcome was obvious. At that moment, the tortoise-like creature felt a strong premonition of failure. And in such a battle, if it failed, it would mean that its life was about to be extinguished. Under such circumstances, how could the tortoise-like creature still remain calm? When Luo Fan heard the roar, he only smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the creature you want to kill is of some use to me, so I can't just watch you kill it." Hearing this, the tortoise-like creature's expression suddenly became conflicted. It was unwilling to give up on the crocodile-like creature. After all, it had already said that the crocodile would kill it if it didn't leave. For an existence like that, to make it change its mind, of course, it wouldn't let go of someone it had to kill. However, if he did not let the crocodile go, the crocodile in front of him was obviously much more powerful than him. He might even lose his life. This caused his originally uncomplicated thoughts to be tangled up into a mess. Luo Fan was obviously waiting for his decision. The crocodile was obviously powerless to resist in the cage. If he hesitated, if the opponent were to direct the power of the cage towards the crocodile, then the crocodile might be completely melted in the next instant. If that was the case, it would be a huge waste. In comparison, no matter what the tortoise decided, whether it agreed to give up on the crocodile and hand it over to him, or whether it insisted on fighting to the end, it could wait until the cage was destroyed and the crocodile was under his control. With such an attitude, he continued to destroy the cage with the power of the magic treasure. The speed of destruction did not slow down in the slightest. In a short while, the entire cage disappeared without a trace, and the crocodile that was trapped in the cage appeared in front of Luo Fan without any cover. At this moment, the crocodile's heart was filled with boundless joy after escaping. However, it was also quite clear that Luo Fan did not save it out of kindness. At this moment, it did not have the mood to thank Luo Fan. It turned around and directly used space-time as a stream of water. With a slight movement, it had already traversed through the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already tens of thousands of miles away. Seeing the crocodile leave so decisively, Luo Fan did not feel any dissatisfaction. After all, he had bad intentions to begin with. Why did he have to blame the crocodile for fleeing? However, although he was not dissatisfied, it did not mean that he wanted to watch the crocodile leave. At this moment, he had a thought. The powerful power that he guided turned slightly and directly descended on the crocodile's current location. It directly enveloped the crocodile in the newly born world that was also perfect and also filled with endless false sages who had proven their Tao with the mysteries of the true sage. To the crocodile, being suddenly thrown into such a world was like throwing a speck of ice and snow directly into a pot of boiling oil. In addition to the violent turbulence of the pot of oil, the ice and snow itself began to melt rapidly and gradually turned into nothingness. The countless false sages in the countless worlds continued to pounce on the crocodile. All kinds of strange, true sage theurgies were continuously produced in their hands as they pounced on the crocodile frantically. They continuously disintegrated the resistance of the true sage theurgies that the crocodile had condensed. More and more wounds were left on the crocodile's body, causing it to scream continuously. In the end, it gradually sank into the countless worlds, unable to escape at all. In this cycle, the crocodile's power was constantly being weakened. The crocodile's strength was constantly being weakened, and its ability to resist was also constantly decreasing during this process. Not long after, the crocodile seemed to have turned into a dead object and could only lie quietly in the countless worlds. It was completely sealed by the countless false sages and looked like a statue. When things developed to this point, Luo Fan knew that he had already succeeded. With a thought, the inexplicable power shook slightly, and the crocodile was instantly teleported over, appearing directly in front of him. Although it had escaped from this power, the crocodile was still the same as before. It looked like a statue, but it was still in that sealed state and could not escape at all. Seeing this, Luo Fan smiled slightly. With a press of his hand, the crocodile was instantly kept away. Greetings, Master. We have brought trouble to Master. We deserve to die for our sins. Please punish us, Master. At this moment, Qing Yi and Yu Ji appeared in front of Luo Fan and bowed down. That kind of ashamed and guilty look could not be any more sincere. Luo Fan smiled faintly and said, "Although you guys have caused trouble, the outcome is not bad. Just pay more attention next time. Forget about the punishment." "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, Qing Yi and Yu Ji could not help but have an inexplicable sense of gratitude on their faces. They hurriedly said. Luo Fan nodded. "The two of you continue to collect materials. Just the boundary transcending stone is not enough." Hearing this, Qing Yi and Yu Ji hurriedly nodded and immediately bowed to Luo Fan. Then, they left in a hurry. Throughout the entire process, however, they did not look at the thing that terrified them previously. They did not even dare to look at the tortoise-like creature that did not even dare to escape. At this moment, the tortoise on the ground suddenly shouted, "Hey, you came to my territory and you want to leave without giving me any explanation?" The voice was dumbfounded. It felt like it was a voice that did not go through the brain. Hearing this, even Luo Fan suddenly felt that he could not react in time. What was wrong with this creature's intelligence? Could it not see the situation clearly? Could it not see that he was clearly in control of everything? He was the one who controlled everything. Now, it actually dared to refute his decision. At this moment, Qing Yi and Yu Ji could not help but stop in their tracks and look at the rather unhappy tortoise in disbelief. However, very quickly, they had already reacted. They knew that they were not the ones dealing with this matter, but their master, Luo Fan. He didn't waste any more time and continued to fly into the distance. Seeing that Qing Yi and Yu Ji were not paying attention to it, the dumbfounded tortoise roared. The lines that had reappeared on its back appeared out of nowhere and condensed into a giant claw in the void. Then, it quickly grabbed at Qing Yi and Yu Ji. This grab directly drove the endless mysteries of the true sage in the surroundings, causing the endless fragments of the great Tao to naturally condense and evolve out of thin air. It tried its best to give this claw a power that was completely different from an ordinary claw. Even the space-time of this world was greatly affected during this process and inexplicably distorted. Vaguely, there seemed to be an absolute abyss in the center of this claw that attracted everything. Even the false sage could not escape from appeared there. At this moment, Qing Yi and Yu Ji, who were in the direction of this claw, felt an indescribable attraction acting on them. It was attracting and pulling them, wanting them to keep retreating and eventually fall into the abyss. This power was extremely powerful, but it was not unsolvable for them. After all, although they had intelligence, it was not innate intelligence. They could not guide the inexplicable powerful power to fight against the enemy. However, they also had powerful intelligence after all. With such powerful intelligence, the two of them might be a little helpless in the face of the inexplicable power. However, in the face of all attacks that were not of that kind of power, there was no lack of magic to deal with all kinds of hostile means. At this moment, they felt the suction force. As their power trembled slightly, they were about to use their magic to resist. At this moment, Luo Fan snorted coldly. "Are you provoking me?" As he said this, he waved his hand casually. The power that he had guided previously and had yet to disappear turned slightly at this moment and covered the claw. With a slight tremble, the endless heaven and earth that had evolved from space-time instantly erupted with earth-shattering power. It directly melted the terrifying claw completely and dispersed all the power contained in the claw into the void. It seemed as if it had never appeared before. "What are you doing? You wanted to interfere in the past, and now you want to interfere in this too." The tortoise roared indignantly at this moment. When Luo Fan heard this, he was slightly stunned. Why should he interfere? Wasn't it obvious? Didn't he hear Qing Yi and Yu Ji address him as master? After Luo Fan made his move, Qing Yi and Yu Ji knew that they were safe. The power that they had been preparing to deal with the claw instantly dispersed. When he heard what the tortoise said, he finally turned his head and looked at the tortoise with some pity. After that, he left without looking back. At this moment, the tortoise did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, it looked at Luo Fan with a displeased expression, as if it wanted to get an explanation from Luo Fan. Facing such an existence, Luo Fan suddenly felt that he did not know how to deal with it. To Luo Fan, it was such a ridiculous concept, but to him, it was natural. How could he communicate with such an existence? Thinking about this, he shook his head and smiled, saying, "Just think of it as I have a strange hobby. This time, I have gathered enough materials for the time being. Consider yourself lucky. However, let me remind you to leave this place as soon as possible. Next time when I need materials, I will come here first. If you're still here by then, don't blame me." As he spoke, he lifted his hand to disperse the inexplicable power, turned around, and was about to leave. Just at this moment, the tortoise suddenly shouted, "What do you mean?" Naturally, Luo Fan did not want to say more. He shook his head. He lifted his foot and took a light step forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the sky and disappeared without a trace. Facing such a situation, if the tortoise was a creature with normal intelligence, it would have turned around and run as far as it could at this moment. However, no matter how one looked at it, the tortoise in front of them was not an ordinary creature. At this moment, seeing that Luo Fan had left, it did not run away. It did not even stay where it was. Instead, it waved its arms and legs in the direction that Luo Fan had left. Its body flickered continuously, and it directly crossed the sky to chase after Luo Fan. Because of its weirdness, Luo Fan did not make a move on it. He did not conveniently capture it and refine it into a magic weapon. This was already a rare impulse of his. Not only did it not run away, but it actually chased after him. This kind of behavior was simply like a rabbit jumping into the tiger's mouth when it was not hungry enough to let it go. It could be said that it was definitely lighting a lantern in the toilet. Although Luo Fan broke through the sky and left, he was still very aware of what was happening behind him. The moment the tortoise chased after him, he had already noticed this change. For a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was too lazy to care about it. In a short while, he had already returned to the mountain peak where he had originally been and continued to appear in the palace. Previously, the reason why he had so coincidentally rushed to the crocodile's position at the moment when it was about to melt, saved the crocodile, and collected the refining materials that he needed. It was because the inexplicable battle between the crocodile and the tortoise was too great. It was so great that he could still sense it even from where he was. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed over as fast as he could and finally saved the crocodile at the last moment. Or rather, he snatched the crocodile. At this moment, the building he was in was still the same as before. Even the tea that he had prepared was still in midair. It was as if time had completely stopped here. When Luo Fan appeared and plucked the tea in midair, there was an inexplicable fluctuation in space-time, and the tortoise-like creature appeared out of thin air in the palace. However, it was not lying on the ground. Instead, it appeared in midair and looked at Luo Fan at the same level. It said directly, "What did you just say? Also, why did you snatch my prey?" Luo Fan looked at the creature helplessly and said, "Do you want to die?" Hearing Luo Fan's words, the tortoise was at a loss. It did not know why it wanted to die. Wasn't it normal for them to come over and ask for clarification when they encountered doubts? "This is my territory. Now that you have invaded my territory, can I use the same method to deal with you?" Luo Fan said with a smile. The tortoise seemed to have woken up from a dream. It had a one-track mind. Just now, it was thinking about the doubts that Luo Fan had brought to it, so it did not think too much about it. It only instinctively chased after Luo Fan. At this moment, after being reminded by Luo Fan, it realized that its behavior had already invaded someone else's territory. Immediately, it turned around and swayed its body to leave. At this time, because of the stimulation of invading someone else's territory, it was no longer interested in the doubts it had encountered before. However, even though it wanted to leave, Luo Fan refused to let it go this time. "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? This is not a public toilet." "Stay here," he said calmly. As he said this, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, a strong force appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, the shadow of a palm condensed in front of him. It directly reached out, and with a slight grasp, it had already caught the tortoise in the palm. At this time, the tortoise was shocked and angry. It roared loudly. As its body shook, the lines on its shell flashed rapidly, condensing endless true divine mysteries. Fragments of the great path directly condensed into a sharp awl, fiercely stabbing at the palm that was condensed by Luo Fan's power. Luo Fan's palm also contained the endless power of the true divine mysteries. However, compared to the various methods that other living creatures used, the mysteries of the true divinity contained in the palm were constructed in a mysterious way, faintly forming a characteristic similar to the true divinity theurgy. With a slight tremble, it would naturally respond to the opponent's attack. The palm changed slightly. It formed a strange whirlpool. It wrapped the sharp awl in the center of the whirlpool. As it spun crazily, it already wanted to continue changing. However, the palm that Luo Fan had condensed did not break the sharp awl so quickly, causing the sharp awl to disappear in an instant. At this time, the whirlpool turned into a palm again and finally directly grabbed the tortoise. As countless true divine mysteries flashed, an unknown seal was placed on the tortoise's body, causing the tortoise to directly turn into a statue. In the blink of an eye, the tortoise was directly held by the palm, and it had already retracted back into the palace, appearing in front of Luo Fan, and was directly smashed onto the ground. Compared to the crocodile that had been sealed by the power previously, the power of the seal on the tortoise was not as strong. At this moment, although the tortoise had lost all the ability to use the true divine magic and had lost all the ability to move its body, it still maintained its consciousness and was able to see the surroundings clearly. It was also able to know its current state at this moment. At this moment, the tortoise was a little frightened at this moment. Even if it was in a daze, when it was sealed to the point that it had lost the ability to move, it would also feel fear. "Just giving you some punishment," Luo Fan said lightly. "Now that the punishment is enough, can you let me go?" The tortoise shouted loudly. "Enough punishment? How can this kind of punishment be so simple?" Luo Fan only shook his head lightly. "It's still too early. We'll talk about it when my mood changes one day. When your mood changes, you will let me go." The tortoise was very unwilling to give up and shouted. Luo Fan laughed and said, "That depends on whether my mood changes for the better or for the worse. If it changes for the better, perhaps it will not be a problem to let you go. However, if it changes for the worse, then it might not be certain. Perhaps you will directly become a material for me to refine treasures." Hearing this, the tortoise shrunk its head and said, "Your mood will not change for the worse, right? That might not be the case." Luo Fan suddenly felt a little relaxed. Although it was quite helpless to communicate with this kind of person who did not know how to think, most of the time, he would feel relaxed because he did not need to use his brain at all. Of course, your mood will definitely be good," the tortoise repeatedly said. Luo Fan smiled faintly and said, "If you continue to be noisy, perhaps my mood will very soon turn bad." With a swoosh, the tortoise's head and limbs had already retracted into its shell in the blink of an eye, and it looked like the entire tortoise shell was the only thing left. Seeing this behavior, Luo Fan could not help but shake his head and laugh. Just as he was about to take out the crocodile to refine treasures, the tortoise suddenly carefully poked its head out of the tortoise shell. "What do you mean just now?" From the looks of it, it was clearly still struggling with the words that Luo Fan had said previously. Luo Fan's expression could not help but stiffen. He looked up and saw that the tortoise's eyes were filled with curiosity. In that daze, there was actually a kind of indescribable naivety. At that moment, he knew that if he did not care about this question, the tortoise's was afraid that it would continue to pester him. Once it remembered, it would take it out and ask again. He said helplessly, "You only need to know that you will not die for the time being. You do not need to know anything else." "What?" The tortoise was still confused. "If you do not want to die, then shut up." "Then shut up," Luo Fan shouted. The tortoise's head shrunk and directly retracted into the tortoise shell as fast as it could. Chapter 1563. When Luo Fan saw its expression, he knew that it had not given up. He could not be bothered to listen to its nonsense anymore. As he pressed down, the mysterious mysteries of the true sage surged and greatly strengthened the effect of the seal. In an instant, the tortoise turned into a stone sculpture. Even its head was in a state where it was about to emerge. It looked very strange, but it also seemed somewhat alive. This appearance was as strange as the tortoise stone sculpture that had appeared out of thin air in this palace. After doing this, Luo Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He began to carefully observe the crocodile in his hand. He studied the structure of the crocodile and searched for a way to perfectly transform it into a magic treasure so that he could use it to enter a state similar to the origin of the realm. Luo Fan, who had already experienced it once, naturally found it much easier to do this kind of thing now. The progress was also quite smooth. With a thought, the body structure of the crocodile began to expand rapidly in his eyes. All the details and mysteries of the crocodile's body began to unfold gradually in his eyes. All the details and mysteries of the crocodile kept appearing in his eyes. Countless pieces of information continued to sink in his heart. Unknowingly, Luo Fan had already entered a state where he forgot about everything else. As he entered this state, the crocodile in his hand began to gradually change. Faintly, a ball of light began to emit from the crocodile's body. This light was so mysterious and incredible that it directly penetrated the barriers of this palace. It penetrated the mountain peak and completely enveloped the space-time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As this light enveloped the space-time, the mysterious mysteries of the true sage and the great path fragments all faintly underwent an inexplicable change. It was as if this light had become the center of everything, causing everything to begin to revolve around this light. It seemed as if everything was revolving around this light. Between this light, the tens of millions of worlds that existed on this mountain peak seemed to be enveloped by some powerful force. Any living creature within it felt as if a vast power had enveloped them. All of them felt a vast power envelop them, causing their life essence to feel an enormous pressure. They faintly felt that they would be destroyed in the next moment, and it was impossible for them to survive. The living creatures within that world felt this very clearly. The root cause was actually because they were weak, relatively speaking. On this mountain peak, the living beings that didn't live in that world didn't feel so bad. Although they were also enduring this light, they also felt the pressure that this light brought to them. However, because his body was relatively strong, he did not have that kind of life that could completely collapse in the next instant. Completely dead, there was only an indescribable shock. That kind of faint shock towards a power that was far from being able to resist. As soon as the light appeared, it seemed to have become some sort of natural scenery in this world. Once it appeared, it would never disappear. It continued to envelop the mountain, the world above the mountain, and the world around the mountain. Because of this, all the living beings in this region started to fall silent, causing this region to become even more peaceful. This kind of light was the light of the life essence of the intelligent creatures that were born naturally in this world. Once this essential light appeared, it naturally dominated the mysteries of the true saint that existed in this world. It was only natural that the existing great path fragments had such mysterious characteristics. In fact, this was also because the way crocodiles gained intelligence was different from other creatures that were born with intelligence. The birth of this crocodile's intelligence was due to the extreme anger in its heart stirring up some sort of existence in this world. In comparison, it was like a living being who was born as a mortal and cultivated to become an immortal. In comparison, those creatures that were born with innate intelligence were obviously not like this. They were like creatures born to be immortals. It was difficult to say which of these two existences was superior. But what they showed on the surface was definitely different. In comparison, those who became immortals after birth had to start from scratch. Their control over their power and their immortal realm was definitely stronger than those who were born immortals. However, because innate immortals were born immortals, they were able to control strength. The strength he possessed would definitely be stronger than the Hotian immortals. Right now, this crocodile, compared to the creature that Luo Fan had refined into a Dharma treasure, was like comparing a postnatal immortal to a connate immortal. Of course, its performance would not be completely the same. As Luo Fan was studying the mysterious structure of the crocodile's body, time passed by quickly. Unknowingly, several years had passed. On this day, the mysterious light that had enveloped the mountain peak and the surrounding thousands of miles trembled slightly before it swiftly retracted. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared without a trace. It had completely retracted into the crocodile's body, as if it had never appeared before. At this moment, Luo Fan's face was full of understanding. He had already understood how to completely refine this creature into a Dharma treasure. After understanding this, he naturally did not have the slightest bit of hesitation. With a thought, he raised his hand and pointed at the crocodile sculpture. In an instant, the flames formed by the infinite mysteries of the true sage directly ignited the crocodile. At this moment, the crocodile that was originally sealed by Luo Fan seemed to have the last radiance of the setting sun. It actually broke free from the seal and let out a loud roar. There was an indescribable pain in its eyes. "Spare me." As it roared, the crocodile sent out such a thought. Feeling the thought, Luo Fan sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the flames formed by the infinite mysteries of the true sage directly entered the crocodile's body through its mouth. Instantly, it attacked from both inside and outside and started to burn the crocodile even more intensely. The pain that this process brought was even more unbearable for the crocodile. The roar was even more painful. It struggled even more intensely. The entire scene looked even more tragic. When the crocodile was comprehended by Luo Fan just now, its body structure would already emit such a mysterious light. Now that it was being burned and refined in such a manner, the impact naturally became even greater. In an instant, the entire world began to shake violently. Endless cracks appeared in the palace and directly extended beyond the palace. It began to spread outwards, causing the entire world to seem as if it had been glued together by endless fragments. This change caused the living creatures on the mountain peak to be extremely terrified. All of them were worried that the heavens and earth would collapse in the next instant, and that the entire world and themselves would be completely destroyed. Such a range. It continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded the original range of the light and broke through the world that was originally not shrouded by the light. In an instant, it was unknown how many living creatures cried out in fear because of this change. In this area, because of this, it instantly became turbulent. At this moment, Luo Fan's heart moved. In an instant, an inexplicable fluctuation was born from the flames, and it began to spread wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles. In this fluctuation, the true sage mysteries surrounding the countless cracks in the space-time turned into flames and began to burn the cracks continuously. These flames were mysterious and mysterious, wonderful and wonderful. Under the burning, the cracks seemed to melt, and they began to gradually close up and disappear. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. However, at this stage, the flames still did not disappear. Instead, they still existed in the space-time and continued to burn the space-time. In this burning, the cracks in the space-time that were created by the struggling crocodile naturally disappeared into thin air as if they did not exist at all. However, they were constantly being burned and stuck together by the inexplicable flames. This change was so mysterious and so unbelievable that it caused the living creatures within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles to be in awe and dumbfounded at this moment. The area within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to have become a sea of fire. And because of the characteristics of the flames, and because the cracks were constantly appearing and disappearing. The space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to gradually be separated from the outside world during this process. Faintly, it once again formed the effect of an independent space-time. This kind of change had also appeared when Luo Fan was refining the strange plane. However, the scope of the independent space-time back then was not as wide as it was now, and the performance of the independent space-time was also not as shocking as it was now. However, an independent space-time was an independent space-time, and the effect of the independent space-time back then was gradually manifesting. Because the connection between the living creatures in this space-time and the outside world was cut off, the power in their bodies and the endless mysteries of the true saint in their bodies began to gradually affect their intelligence. Their minds began to gradually give birth to an inexplicable intelligence. Of course, this process was extremely slow. After all, this was reversing the state of their lives that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Moreover, although the area within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles had already become an independent space-time, and everything within this range was cut off from the outside world. After all, the environment here was still generally the same as the outside world. However, they had to wait for the passing of time and for this independent space-time to naturally evolve. In the end, only then could everything that was similar to the outside world be completely changed. Under such circumstances, although the mechanism that restricted the birth of intelligence was no longer as absolute, it still needed time to develop before it could completely disappear. Regarding this change, Luo Fan seemed to have sensed it, but he did not take it to heart. At this moment, he was only focused on burning the crocodile, continuously refining the crocodile's essence, and removing the impurities that he could not use to refine the magic treasure from the crocodile's body. Generally speaking, his method was not much different from when he was refining the last magic treasure. However, that was only the general method. In fact, during this process, all the methods and mysteries that he used were completely different from before. Even the nature of the flames was different from before. In the burning of the flames, the crocodile's struggle became smaller and smaller. The crocodile's struggles became weaker and weaker. Its roars and curses also gradually faded away. In the end, after an unknown period of time, all the struggles, roars, and curses completely disappeared. The crocodile looked like an extremely ordinary crocodile body, and it was impossible to tell that it was originally a living creature. Moreover, wisps of strange black smoke began to gradually seep out of the crocodile's body. The crocodile's body. It began to gradually melt. Countless dense lines began to appear on the crocodile's body out of thin air, causing the crocodile to gradually melt and gradually turn into a liquid form. Or, to be more specific, it had turned into a strange amalgamation formed by countless lines, just as Luo Fan was continuously refining the crocodile. In the palace, the tortoise that was originally sealed by Luo Fan and looked like a stone statue suddenly moved. A powerful force directly rushed out from inside, completely breaking the seal that Luo Fan had previously set up. In an instant, its head directly drilled out, looking at Luo Fan with an indescribable fear in its eyes. At this moment, it finally understood the meaning of the words that Luo Fan had said. At this moment, it was extremely regretful that it had chased after Luo Fan out of curiosity. It can actually break my seal. At this moment, Luo Fan said indifferently. Because he did not have much hostility toward the tortoise, he did not use any powerful sealing ability when he sealed the tortoise. However, even if the sealing ability was not too strong, it had already completely sealed the tortoise's consciousness, wisdom, and all of its power. Normally speaking, unless Luo Fan took the initiative to break the seal, it would be impossible for the tortoise to break the seal. However, he did not expect that the tortoise actually used some unknown method to break the seal. This really made him secretly surprised. However, very soon, he understood why the tortoise was able to break free. On the shell of the tortoise, there were actually countless densely packed cracks. From the looks of it, it was clear that the tortoise had just gathered all of its power and unleashed its potential, using self-mutilation to offset the power of the seal. "Don't come over." The tortoise retreated. Luo Fan's cruelty had left a shadow in his heart. At this moment, he was extremely terrified of Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan was refining the crocodile into a magic treasure. However, this was only the first step after all. It could only be regarded as refining the materials for the magic treasure. Although he needed to be careful, he did not need to put all of his attention and spirit into it. Therefore, he still had spare energy to pay attention to the tortoise, to communicate with it. Hearing this, Luo Fan said indifferently, "What do you plan to do?" At this time, the tortoise's face was filled with fear, and it hurriedly said, "I want to leave. Hurry up and let me go." Hearing this, Luo Fan couldn't help but smile and said, "Do you think you can come and go as you please? What do you want? If you push me too hard and I get angry, I might not be able to kill you, but I can definitely ruin your business." The tortoise shouted. At this moment, the tortoise still did not dare to have the idea of attacking Luo Fan. Even though it had recovered its ability to summon the terrifying power of the origin of the realm, it still did not have the slightest confidence to fight against Luo Fan. The shock that Luo Fan's methods had brought to it in the past few days was simply too great. The psychological shadow that had been planted in its heart was simply too strong. "Before I finish refining the magic treasure, you must stay here quietly. When I finish refining the magic treasure, I will let you go." Luo Fan glanced at the tortoise and said indifferently, "Really?" The tortoise's eyes were filled with surprise. "Do you think I need to lie to you?" "No need, no need," the tortoise hurriedly said. At this time, its heart was filled with joy. As for Luo Fan, it no longer had any thoughts of resisting. When it heard that Luo Fan was willing to let it go, it instantly put all its hopes on it. Seeing that it had given in, Luo Fan did not care about it anymore. He began to refine the crocodile. During this process, the tortoise's round eyes kept watching Luo Fan's every move and every change in the flame that Luo Fan was controlling. Obviously, it thought that Luo Fan's methods were mysterious, so it wanted to learn this method and this method. Perhaps, in his heart, he also had the thought of catching some creatures to try this method of refining magic treasures. Luo Fan didn't care about its behavior at all. Its intelligence was much lower than Luo Fan's. Even if it completely learned all the methods that Luo Fan used to refine the crocodile into a magic treasure, it could only use it on the same crocodile and other creatures. Then, it would not be able to adapt, in other words. Unless he caught the same crocodile again, he would not learn it even if he learned it. As for whether the tortoise's intelligence would increase because this world had been separated from the outside world, that was out of the question. The creatures in this independent space-time could develop intelligence because they were isolated from the outside world. That was because they were restricted by the world in the outside world. But here, the restrictions of the world disappeared. Therefore, the power in their bodies, the mysteries of the true sage, and the structure of their bodies. Naturally, they were born with intelligence. But creatures like this tortoise that were born with intelligence were different. For them, the world and the outside world had never restricted their intelligence. Here, even if the restrictions of the world and the outside world had disappeared, there was no difference to them. How could they increase their intelligence? Just like that, Luo Fan continued to carry out the refining process. Below him, the tortoise was thirsty for knowledge, constantly learning all of Luo Fan's divine abilities, all of his methods, and memorizing all of the techniques he displayed in the process, including the method of controlling power and the mysterious method of controlling true divinity. The black fog that gushed out of the crocodile began to gradually condense in the sky of this independent space-time, turning into a larger and larger cloud. The sound produced by the refining of this crocodile was many times greater than when Luo Fan refined the creature. Now, the impurities that were extracted from its body were also many times greater than before. The cloud that was condensed had unknowingly covered the entire sky of this independent space-time, which is unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was completely covered. The scene was many times more shocking than before. The reason for this was that this crocodile had acquired intelligence, while the creature that Luo Fan had refined was born with intelligence. This was because this crocodile had acquired intelligence, and it hadn't been long since it had acquired intelligence. Therefore, its body had not been completely changed by the intelligence it had acquired. In other words, it still maintained the body structure of many creatures without intelligence. To Luo Fan, this kind of body structure was impurities. It was what needed to be removed. Just like that, the impurities that were removed from its body were naturally much more than the previous one. When the cloud formed by the impurities appeared, the independence of this independent space-time began to increase. In other words, the difference between this space-time and the outside world began to become greater and greater. The greater the separation between this space-time and the outside world became, the faster the creatures in this space-time gained intelligence. Just like that, the appearance of this space-time began to gradually change. More and more intelligent creatures began to gather towards the mountain peak where Luo Fan was from all directions. Gradually, the surroundings of the mountain peak became densely packed with the figures of countless creatures. These creatures that gained intelligence due to the change in space-time were different from creatures like the crocodile or the tortoise. It could be said that the way they gained intelligence was with the help of external objects and Luo Fan's methods. Looking back, they could all be considered creatures that had gained intelligence from Luo Fan. Therefore, as soon as these creatures were born, they felt an indescribable sense of admiration towards Luo Fan, who was on this mountain peak. While they were a loss, they naturally tried their best to get close to Luo Fan's position. Luo Fan did not notice the gathering of these creatures, but the tortoise not far away from Luo Fan saw it clearly. How could this be? Seeing the light of intelligence in these creatures' eyes, the tortoise could not help but feel confused. Chapter 1564. Fawn, B. No matter how confused the tortoise was, the process of the creature being enlightened and gaining intelligence in this independent world never stopped. More and more creatures began to gather around the mountain peak and began to worship Luo Fan's location, which was the building at the top of the mountain peak. Luo Fan did not notice such a change at all. At that moment, he was wholeheartedly refining the crocodile's body and refining the essence that he needed in the body. More and more impurities seeped out of the crocodile's body in front of him. They floated up and gathered in the clouds above the independent space-time, causing the clouds to become denser and denser. The true divinity esoteric circulating in the clouds became more and more mysterious and incredible. There seemed to be countless bolts of lightning flashing in the clouds. Intense, indescribable, terrifying booms filled with indescribable vitality and boundless deterrence continued to reverberate from above, constantly shaking the space-time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles and the minds of all the living beings here. These living beings, who were originally full of admiration for Luo Fan, became more and more solemn during this process. Under the reflection of the thunderous booms, the admiration in their hearts became more and more intense. This process continued for an unknown period of time. In the end, when Luo Fan finally finished refining the crocodile completely, he removed all the materials that he did not need from the crocodile. The crocodile's body had already turned into a ball of crystal clear light. However, it could not be distinguished by its color. It was a ball of light that was as tall as a person. The ball of light kept surging in front of Luo Fan, and the light in it seemed to be alive. It kept vibrating, shuttling back and forth, constantly changing. With every change, the surrounding true divine mysteries, the great path fragments, and even the space-time of the world were changing at the same time. It seemed as though the ball of light had become the center of everything and had begun to control all the changes. Faced with such a change, Luo Fan smiled. With a thought, the flames that wrapped around the ball of light suddenly shrank, turning into two palms that began to knead the ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light had already transformed into a flag. The image of a crocodile was reflected on the flag, and behind the crocodile one could vaguely see the image of an incredibly grand and vast existence that was similar to the quintessence of a realm. It's finally done. Luo Fan let out a long sigh. At this moment, the appearance of the flag meant that the magic treasure that he wanted to refine was already a success. With a thought, the flame that wrapped the flag disappeared instantly. After the flames disappeared, the banner rolled slightly in the air, and the appearance of the banner completely disappeared. In its place was an infant. It was a baby girl that looked like she was only 3 or 4 months old and hadn't even grown up yet. Luo Fan looked at this baby girl and suddenly felt that the flat treasure spirit that he had refined before had suddenly become a lot taller. Although that treasure spirit was small, it was still a bit bigger. Although the treasure spirit was small, it could at least barely communicate and speak. At this moment, the treasure spirit, it couldn't even sit up. Did it want to take care of it? After the treasure spirit was formed, its eyes turned nimbly and it saw Luo Fan, who was standing at the side with an ugly expression. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and burst into tears. That cry was extremely loud, and its penetrating power was even more shocking. It directly penetrated through the space-time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, everyone could hear such a loud cry. For a moment, all the living creatures had an inexplicable doubt in their hearts. The tortoise that had been staying in Luo Fan's palace said in disbelief, "What is this?" As a creature with innate intelligence, it had never seen a living creature that grew up from nothing. How could it know that there was a baby stage before a living creature grew up? "Baby," Luo Fan answered. With a wave of his hand, the baby transformed back into its original form. In other words, it transformed back into the appearance of the banner. But even in this state, there were still loud and clear cries coming from the banner. Perhaps it was because he was directly locked inside, so his cries were even louder and sounded even more painful. Realizing that transforming back into its original form couldn't stop it from crying, Luo Fan suddenly felt a headache coming on. However, he was unwilling to take care of the baby and coax it. Helpless, he could only take out the flat surface that he had refined before. With a point of his finger, the flat surface transformed into a 2 or 3-year-old boy. This boy was the treasure spirit of the treasure. After the treasure spirit came out, it was very dissatisfied and wanted to pester Luo Fan. Luo Fan said, "Hurry up and coax it." As he spoke, he casually pushed it into the flag, directly pushing it into the place where the cries were coming from. "Master!" the boy cried out with great grievance. However, very quickly, it seemed to have been entangled by the baby, and it no longer had any energy to tangle with Luo Fan. After a short while, the crying that made Luo Fan upset had already stopped and even turned into a kind of chuckle. That kind of change was so big that it made everyone feel abrupt. Hearing this change, Luo Fan heaved a sigh of relief. However, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that the treasure spirit is good at coaxing children? At this time, he finally had the time to think about what was going on. Why were the treasure spirits born from the magical treasures he refined from the intelligent creatures in this world smaller and smaller? So it turned out that they were only 2 or 3 years old. But now, they were 3 or 4 months old. It seems that it's because of the time when the intelligence was born. The previous creature was clearly not born for a long time, so the time when the intelligence was born was not long either. Therefore, the treasure spirit that was refined was the appearance of a 2 or 3-year-old child. But in comparison, the time when the crocodile's intelligence was born was even shorter, so it was only 3 or 4 months. Luo Fan thought. After thinking about this, he could not help but sigh. He shook his head and dispelled all these thoughts. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The banner was already in his hand. When a magic treasure was successfully refined, Chen Chongqing's eyes lit up. The cloud formed by the crocodile's impurities that existed in the void began to gradually dissipate, and the independence of this space and time was gradually lost. The entire space and time. Gradually, it began to reconnect with the outside world. The suppressive effect on the intelligence of living beings also returned and began to affect all living beings within this area. As a result, the intelligence of those living beings that had been increasing suddenly stopped. The intelligence of all living beings gradually stabilized at this level. This change was clearly not good news for the many living beings. However, it was naturally impossible for these living beings to clearly grasp these changes. They were all at a loss for the sudden changes that had taken place in the world. While the living beings were still in a daze, two streaks of light arrived from outside the void. These two streaks of light had been waiting outside for a long time. It was only because of the independence of this space-time that he couldn't enter this area. At this moment, he saw that this space-time had reconnected with the outside world. Naturally, he would not waste any time. The two rays of light were obviously Qing, Yi, and Yuji. From the looks of it, the two of them had already collected all the materials they needed to strengthen the 30 million worlds, while Luo Fan was refining the magic treasures. The two of them arrived through the void and saw the scenery around the mountain with a glance. For a moment, their eyes were filled with shock. It seems that Master is indeed refining treasures again. Qing Yi sighed. Yes. However, it seems that the refining this time isn't normal. The refining last time was only limited to that mountain, but the range this time has become so wide. Yuji also sighed at this moment. Although the two of them encountered some danger during the process of collecting materials, they didn't encounter any shocking changes like the time they encountered the crocodile. Therefore, despite all the encounters, they were more scared than hurt. In the end, they successfully completed the collection of materials and returned at this time. Their streaks of light were naturally seen by the many living beings below. For a moment, roars came from below. The roars seemed to be filled with curiosity and dissatisfaction. The curiosity and dissatisfaction grew to the strongest when they saw the two streaks of light land on the mountain. Many living beings even became restless and planned to rush up the mountain like the two of them. They also wanted to meet this supreme existence that they respected the most and bestowed them with intelligence. Of course, Luo Fan and Qing, you wouldn't care about such changes, but other living beings would. After all, Luo Fan had enlightened quite a number of living beings when he refined the magic treasures last time. To the living beings that were born later, these living beings were not only their seniors, but also their seniors. Since they were seniors, they naturally felt that they had the responsibility to tell the juniors how to face the supreme existence that enlightened them and gave them intelligence. Immediately, streaks of light flew up from the mountain and landed on the living beings below. Perhaps it was because these creatures had flown up from the mountain peak, so the surrounding creatures were rather respectful to them. None of the living beings attacked them. As a result, these creatures were able to explain many things to the other creatures. As for how they explained, it didn't need to be said. After a round of explanation, the living beings that gave birth to intelligence began to disperse and set up their own territories around the mountain. Then, they used various methods to build many buildings on their respective territories and created all kinds of living beings, and so on and so forth. Unknowingly, the space around the mountain gradually began to give birth to inexplicable vitality, and it became more and more lively. In the end, after an unknown period of time, it gradually turned into a civilized country, gradually changing the wild and primitive state that covered all regions of this world. This region that spanned tens of thousands of miles was extremely insignificant compared to the entire world. However, in terms of absolute distance, it was definitely not insignificant. It could be said that even if there were tens of millions of Earths crammed here, it would still be quite inconspicuous. Such a vast region. But it was already enough for an almost endless number of living beings to toss and turn here. Not to mention the powerful living beings that were enlightened with intelligence. With their abilities, it was as easy as speaking for them to open up some world in this world. Therefore, such a vast region. If one were to forcibly extend it, it could really extend into endless space and time. It was precisely because of such a vast place that the many living beings that created civilizations and living beings here didn't seem crowded at all. Unknowingly, this place had already become a civilized world formed by an unknown number of races. After those living beings created these living beings, built many buildings and many landscapes, they didn't care about the survival of these living beings. Those living beings that naturally gave birth to intelligence. Under their own thoughts, they gradually began to explore and constantly communicate with the outside world, and so on and so forth. Unknowingly, those many regions were connected together, causing these originally relatively independent regions to gradually mix into an increasingly complete world. And the different races created by different living beings also began to gradually fuse in this process. In the end, an unknown number of living beings that originally didn't exist but were similarly complete and equally mysterious were born. This caused this mixed, civilized world to become more and more abundant, and it even eliminated the races that were originally created by the various living beings. This caused those races to become more and more perfect and more suitable to survive in this world. Just like this, after developing for who knows how many years, within this mountain peak and the region that spanned who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers around the mountain peak, a civilized world that seemed to have been born naturally with humanoid living beings as the lead and tens of thousands of other humanoid living beings as supplements, as well as countless other living beings without humanoid living beings as the environment truly stabilized. With humanoid living beings as the lead, this was not a change under the guidance of the many powerful living beings that created these living beings. Instead, it was a result of the passing of time, as they competed, fused, and learned from each other. Originally, not many of the living beings created by the many living beings were humanoid. It was just that as they fused and fought with each other, the humanoid races became more and more powerful. They fused with more and more living beings, and in the end, they became the majority. The reason why other humanoid creatures would take on a humanoid form was because they had more or less mixed with the bloodline of the humanoid creature. After countless generations, their appearances had changed, and they had taken on a humanoid form. As for the living beings that did not have humanoid characteristics, they were rejected or even eliminated. Their intelligence would generally become lower and lower, and in the end, they would become existences similar to demonic beasts. They would become the targets of the many humanoid races. The reason why the humanoid living beings were able to become the majority was very simple. This was because those humanoid living beings were created by Qing, Yi, and Yuji, the two living beings that were the most familiar with Luo Fan. Among the many living beings that Luo Fan had created with intelligence, they had appeared the earliest and were the most proficient in using intelligence. As such, the living beings that they created were naturally the most proficient in using intelligence. After a long period of competition, it was very normal for the strongest to finally become the ruler. After this civilized world stabilized, this area was no longer what it used to be. After this, the buildings that the living beings had created back then were treated as miracles and were worshipped by the living beings that had been created. On the other hand, the buildings constructed by the living beings themselves had already developed their own characteristics. When combined, they formed an indescribable style that had an extremely unique charm. It was enough to make people addicted. Moreover, due to the development of the civilization, the areas that the living beings occupied also began to expand. Moreover, because of the development of the civilization, the areas that the living beings occupied also began to expand. Although it was only the beginning, one could imagine that as time passed, more and more areas in this world would become the territory of the civilization. Once they expanded their range, they would definitely encounter the creatures that were born and bred in this world, and they would be obstructed. This would lead to war. In the end, it might set off a magnificent legend of conquest and counter-conquest, perhaps. Many living beings would die because of this. But at the same time, more living beings would grow because of this. In the end, if the development went smoothly, this would become a civilized country. Perhaps it would become the main character of this world, gradually occupying the main body of this world and covering every corner of this world. However, even if this went smoothly, it would obviously be something that would happen countless years later, For the many living beings that had created this civilization, they had already fallen into an indescribable dilemma. Their dilemma came from the living beings of this civilized country. It came from the cultivation civilization that had developed in this civilized country. The pursuit of power and longevity. This was the most instinctive pursuit of all living beings. It could be said that as long as there was intelligence, they would have such a pursuit, such a desire. It was the same for the living beings that had been created by the many living beings. Obviously, the pursuit of power and longevity was already within the scope of cultivation. Therefore, as time passed, the living beings of this civilized country, they began to observe the world and comprehend it. They began to create various cultivation systems that were either brilliant or clumsy, gradually forming a cultivation civilization that grew stronger and stronger. The reason why this cultivation civilization would cause the many creators to be conflicted was very simple. It was because the cultivation civilization had unknowingly begun to affect the creators. For the living beings that had been created, the creators were lofty existences to them. The power, and divine abilities they possessed were all sought after by the living beings who were created by them. This pursuit caused almost all of the cultivation systems they created, except for a small portion, to imitate these creators or to seize the essence of these creators through communication. For the many living beings that were billions and billions of times more powerful than the ones that had been created, this change would not cause any harm to their essence. However, it made them feel irritated. It was like words that kept lingering in one's ears. Although they would only suck a little blood at most and would not cause much harm to one, they would still be so irritated that one would want to cut off one's ear. Among the living beings that were conflicted about the cultivation civilization, Qing Yi and Yu Ji were the ones who suffered the most. It should not be forgotten that the living beings that they had created had already taken over the main body of the civilized country, becoming the main characters of the civilized country. In that civilized country, the number of living beings that were connected to them was so many that it could not be calculated with numbers. Among so many living beings, even if only an extremely small portion of them treated them as the source of their power and wanted to obtain power from them or imitate them to obtain power, the number of them would already be extremely considerable. It would be enough to annoy them. One day, Yu Ji said to Qing Yi, "We can't go on like this. Although it won't affect much of our power, how can we cultivate if it keeps lingering in our ears?" Qing Yi also frowned and said, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have created these living beings. Now, not only do we have to actively strengthen this world, we're also constantly being annoyed by them. Really, why don't they comprehend the cultivation methods that the world has created themselves? They always want to reap without sowing. How can they transcend like this?" Yu Ji was very displeased. At this moment, they were not in the hall that Luo Fan was in. Instead, they were in a world that they had created. During this rather long period of time, they had been using the materials that they had gathered to strengthen the 30 million worlds that they had created back then. Although it had been a long time, they had only strengthened close to 80% of the worlds. In fact, it was precisely because the strengthening process had not been completed after such a long time that they were especially annoyed. Chapter 1565. Hearing this, Yu Ji sighed helplessly. "I really want to erase all of them." This mentality was similar to an ordinary person who heard mosquitoes buzzing in their ears and had the urge to kill all of them. Plus top plus point plus novel plus X plus. If we erase them, why do we have to work so hard to collect materials to strengthen these worlds? Can't we just leave them be? Qing Yi was more rational and knew the consequences of doing so. So he said this directly. If they allowed those living beings to be destroyed by the heaven and earth, it would bring them great trouble, let alone completely erasing those living beings. That would definitely bring more trouble, and it would definitely be more troublesome. Hearing this, Yu Ji's face fell, and he said helplessly, "I was just saying it. It's better not to say such things. The more I cultivate, the more I feel the mysteriousness of karma. Even if I don't take action and just say it, it might bring about karma entanglement. By then, all our efforts over the years might go up in smoke because of a few words from you, Qing Yi said solemnly. Hearing this, Yu Ji's face also became serious, and he said, I'll remember this. I won't say such things again in the future. Seeing this, Qing Yi nodded. Just as Qing Yi and Yu Ji were lamenting, Luo Fan, who was in the palace, completely focused his mind on the existence that was similar to the origin of the realm through the flag that was refined from the crocodile. He compared the structure of the true divine mysteries in the origin of the realm with the structure of the true divine mysteries in the origin of the realm and worked hard to perfect his worldview. At this moment, however, the tortoise did not leave the palace. Instead, it stayed in the palace and watched the civilization that had been born from nothing with great interest. It sensed all the changes that happened in the kingdom and all the details. To the native creatures of this world, civilized countries were an absolute novelty to them. Even the most ordinary interaction between intelligent living beings in the civilized country was enough for them to experience the brilliance of wisdom. It was also enough for their wisdom to grow, just like this tortoise-like creature. After observing the growth of this civilized country for so many years and observing the interactions between the many intelligent beings, its intelligence had increased by leaps and bounds. You've long since lost that one-track mind of yours from before. You can see it in your eyes. It was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and profound wisdom. It was also because of its growth in intelligence. Therefore, that was why it dared to stay in the palace and stay by Luo Fan's side. Instead of leaving when Luo Fan allowed it to leave, it immediately left. The reason was simple. It was precisely because it possessed a deeper and more complete intelligence that it could clearly understand that Luo Fan would not attack it. At the very least, he would not make a move before it provoked him. This kind of understanding, coupled with the fact that this place could bring him great benefits and allow his intelligence to grow, was there a need to say what he would choose? I didn't expect that there would be such a change in the confrontation of wisdom. Looks like I was really lucky to be able to survive in the past. The tortoise looked at the silhouette that was floating quietly in the air. The silhouette seemed illusory and real at the same time, as if it was gradually disappearing into nothingness, but it also seemed to possess an unimaginable sense of reality. The tortoise suddenly sighed with emotion. Now that it thought about it, there were simply too many dangers in its previous actions, to the point that it broke out in a cold sweat every time it thought about it. However, this form of his seems to be quite mysterious. Should I also transform into this form? Looking at Luo Fan, an inexplicable idea suddenly appeared in the tortoise's mind. This world was outside of Earth's universe, and it might not even be the same perfect world as Earth's universe. However, because the creator of this world was also in a human form, the human form was also the natural Taoism body of this world. In this world, cultivating in a human form could receive some blessings from the world, and it seemed to be easier than other creatures. Perhaps in that civilized country, humanoid creatures were dominant, and other forms of creatures were degraded to beasts, and humanoid creatures were turned into vassals. This was also because of the blessings of the world. The tortoise thought for a while, and finally made up its mind. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll just transform again. I can't let go of this good opportunity. With this thought, a flash of determination appeared on its face. During the many years that it had observed the growth of the beautiful civilization in that civilized country, the tortoise had also seen many cultivation methods and discovered many cultivation methods from the civilization that had developed there. These cultivation methods, although the level of these cultivation methods was far inferior to the instinctive means of a powerful creature like him who was born with intelligence. However, the extremely powerful utilization of every single drop of power revealed in the process shocked it. This allowed it to truly feel its next cultivation goal. It was also because of this that it had such a strong desire to improve at this time. It wanted to change the form of its body so that it could use the various cultivation ideas of the civilization to improve itself. After the tortoise made up its mind, it no longer hesitated. It began to slowly circulate the power in its body, and it began to slowly circulate the true divine mysteries in its body. For a creature that could even be compared to a despairing person, the art of transformation could only be taken out in a few minutes as long as it did not have a consciousness. In particular, the tortoise had seen the entire process of the cultivation civilization developing from scratch at the foot of the mountain. It did not know how many cultivation methods that were not high level, but were quite creative and even shocking. It was a piece of cake for him to come up with a transformation technique. At this moment, there were already countless mysterious runes and lines that were constantly flashing in its heart. The combination of the true divine mysteries was constantly changing and changing. In the end, it began to condense into a kind of terrifying power that began to continuously impact the tortoise's body, causing the tortoise's body to emit countless earth-shaking roars in an instant, producing an earth-shattering effect. Even an inexplicable light began to radiate from its body, and it began to gradually spread out towards the palace and the space-time outside the palace. This kind of light, not only did it attract the attention of all the creatures in the civilized country, but also made Luo Fan, who was not far away, return to his senses from the process of perfecting his worldview. He cast his gaze towards the tortoise. At this time, the shell of the tortoise had completely disintegrated. It turned into a ball with countless lines densely sketching there, faintly showing an indescribably mysterious form that wrapped around the rest of the body, causing the body to begin to be completely covered by those lines. Of course, this was only in the eyes of ordinary creatures. In the eyes of Luo Fan, he could clearly see, at this moment, the body of the tortoise had completely disintegrated. It was almost like when he had refined magic treasures before. It began to work hard to preserve the foundation of its original characteristics, working hard to change into a form that was completely different from the original tortoise form. It actually wants to transform. In an instant, Luo Fan could see what the tortoise wanted to do. He could not help but feel a little surprised. At the level of those who were close to despair, the form was actually no longer important. At that time, the human form might become the orthodox of the world and receive some kind of blessing from the world. For creatures at the level of those who had reached the great Tao despair level, it was only an insignificant enhancement. It was absolutely dispensable. From this point of view, the tortoise's transformation into a human form could be said to be superfluous. At first, this was what Luo Fan thought. However, when he occasionally glanced at the newly born civilized country below, with considerable development potential, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. If there was such a civilized country, it would be understandable for the tortoise to make such a choice. Although the improvement of the tortoise's strength by transforming into a human form was negligible, and even its cultivation speed would not be much faster by transforming into a human form. However, with the wisdom of the countless humanoid creatures in the civilized country, it could also obtain great benefits by transforming into a human form. This was because the countless cultivation techniques created by the many creatures in the civilized country and the countless cultivation inspirations stimulated could best be absorbed in a human form. It could be said that as long as the tortoise transformed into a human form, it would definitely gain more than before after comprehending the many cultivation techniques and cultivation systems that were born in the civilized country. It was even possible for it to directly comprehend its own true cultivation technique from them. After understanding this, Luo Fan knew that the intelligence of the tortoise in front of him had definitely increased a lot compared to before. If its intelligence had not increased so much, it would not have decided to transform into a human form so decisively. While Luo Fan was thinking to himself, the tortoise was wholeheartedly constructing its human body. It did not notice that Luo Fan had already broken out of that state. Under its control, the transformation of its body became more and more obvious, and the form of its body became further and further away from the tortoise form. However, Luo Fan could tell with a single glance that this change was only in the form. He had not grasped the true essence of the innate Taoism body at all, causing the human form to seem like it was right, but actually not. The tortoise seemed to be aware of this. At this moment, the speed of its transformation became slower and slower, as if it was stuck there. It tried hard to transform into tens of thousands of forms, but in the end, it was still lacking a little. It could not succeed at all. If it were any other creature, it might have given up at this step and chosen the closest form to transform. However, this tortoise seemed to have a perfectionist mentality. At this step, it would not give up until it was perfect. No matter how many forms it transformed into, as long as the form did not conform to the shape of the born Taoism aptitude, it would not give up. It would transform into one form after another. From the looks of it, if it could not transform into tens of thousands, it would transform into hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. In the end, it must find a truly perfect form. Seeing how conflicted it was, Luo Fan shook his head and sighed. He pointed at it. A beam of spiritual light shot out from his hand and instantly rushed into the tortoise's body, which was constantly changing forms and was directly received by the tortoise. The spiritual light did not contain too much information, but only contained the specific form and details of the born Taoism aptitude. When the tortoise truly received the spiritual light, the tortoise's body completely stabilized in an instant. The countless forms faded away and finally settled into the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. The light that radiated from its body covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was also completely restrained in an instant. It was as if it had never appeared. This youth was naturally the living creature that the tortoise had transformed into. At this moment, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed his own body. He enjoyed the inexplicable connection between the born Taoism aptitude and the world. He felt that it was extremely weak, but it was a real blessing from the world. So this is the born Taoism aptitude. After a long time, he sighed and slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, his wisdom seemed to be even deeper than before. His intelligence seemed to have become even deeper than before, as if the changes to his body had also increased his intelligence. After opening his eyes, he saw Luo Fan looking at him from afar. His heart trembled, and he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, sir, for helping me." If it had been before, he would not have known how to thank Luo Fan. However, after observing the various changes in the civilized country, he already knew these etiquettes, and he knew that Luo Fan's help was not something he should have done. Luo Fan just faintly said, "Do you think this matter is over?" When the tortoise heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Does he want me to pay some price to express my gratitude? That shouldn't be the case. This person doesn't seem to be so greedy. Luo Fan did not wait for him to let his imagination run wild. He directly raised his hand and pointed upwards. The tortoise looked up in the direction of his finger. Although the roof of the palace blocked everything from above, it naturally could not obstruct the line of sight of an existence that was almost at the level of despair. In an instant, the tortoise saw what Luo Fan was pointing at. As soon as he saw it clearly, his expression changed drastically, and he let out a cry of surprise. Impossible! At this moment, an indescribable pressure came from above. This pressure felt like an ordinary person facing a mountain that was slowly pressing down on him from above. Immediately after, a shocking thunderclap sounded. The entire world, or at least the heaven and earth within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles, began to shake violently at this moment. In a trance, there seemed to be countless densely packed space-time fissures appearing in the space-time within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles. However, in the blink of an eye, the fissures closed and disappeared almost without any continuous time. How could there be a catastrophe? The tortoise cried out in surprise. It turned out that at this moment, there was an incomparably huge, pitch-black cloud that was faintly flashing with lightning appearing above them. That terrifying sound, that astonishing pressure had come from within that cloud. This cloud was obviously a tribulation cloud. What you've transformed into is a truly perfect born Taoism aptitude. Such a body is closer to the origin of the world than your original body. In other words, Transforming into this form is equivalent to breaking through the limits of your own life. Naturally, a catastrophe will befall you, Luo Fan said with a faint smile. What about them? Why don't they have one? The tortoise said in disbelief. There was naturally no need to explain who he was referring to. Of course, it was the living beings in the civilized country at this moment, including Greenwing and the others. Luo Fan only smiled and said, the born Taoism aptitude they transformed into is not perfect, and there are still many flaws. It's not enough to trigger a reaction from the world, so naturally, there will be no catastrophe. With that, Luo Fan did not wait for the tortoise to react. With a wave of his hand, the tortoise's body was suddenly sent out of the palace, and even out of the civilized country within an unknown radius of tens of thousands of miles. He directly appeared tens of thousands of miles away. As he left, the terrifying pressure that every living being in the civilized country could feel from the sky completely disappeared in an instant. The tribulation cloud that had originally covered the sky also disappeared without a trace at this moment. However, tens of thousands of kilometers away, a similarly massive tribulation cloud had appeared. Loud, rumbling sounds erupted from the tribulation cloud, and countless lightning bolts that could destroy the world that could give birth to false saints suddenly fell from the tribulation cloud. They were aimed at a living being in the center of the tribulation cloud. At this moment, the world shook violently, and all sorts of unbelievable scenes of destruction began to spread in all directions from that location. Almost in the blink of an eye, the land covered by the tribulation cloud was completely destroyed, turning the land into nothingness. All sorts of earthly fires, evil auras, and all sorts of sinister things that existed in the depths of the land began to emerge without any concealment. It directly turned the world where the tribulation cloud was into a scene that looked like the end of the world. It could be imagined that if Luo Fan had not sent the tortoise away earlier, and if the tortoise had undergone the tribulation in this palace, it would not have just developed for God knows how many years. The civilized country that had a future and potential that even Luo Fan looked forward to would have been destroyed. Even Luo Fan himself would have been implicated, and it would have taken him a lot of effort to be able to safely escape. Such an earth-shattering change. Naturally, it would not have escaped the senses of Qing, Yi, and the others. At this moment, it was impossible for it to be like before. It was even more impossible for it to be like before. They were still strengthening the world in that world. At this moment, the two of them had already left the world and directly arrived at the palace that Luo Fan was in. Master, why is there such a tribulation? Greenwing asked after arriving. Qing Yi asked in extreme shock. This is the tribulation of transformation. Once you pass it, you will receive the blessing of the world in a brand new form. If you fail, you will be reduced to ashes. Luo Fan said indifferently. Tribulation of transformation. Qing Yi was extremely shocked by this completely unfamiliar term that he had never heard of before, and his expression kept changing. Master, what kind of blessing will you receive after passing the tribulation of transformation? Why you take the risk to pass this tribulation? Yu Ji asked respectfully at this moment. Luo Fan smiled faintly and said, the blessing is not much. At most, it will only increase a little potential. As for why you take the risk to pass this tribulation, the reason is very simple. After passing this tribulation, you will become the orthodox of the world, and from then on, your luck will be strengthened. Qing Yi and Yu Ji's eyes lit up when they heard this. These various gains were nothing to Luo Fan, but to the two of them, it was a great benefit. For a moment, the two of them were actually tempted to pass this tribulation of transformation. Just as they were tempted, the world suddenly shook violently, and countless densely packed space-time cracks instantly appeared in front of them. These space-time cracks seemed to lead to a boundless abyss. The destructive power it exuded even made them feel that they would be completely destroyed by this destructive power in the next instant. Even all traces of their lives might completely disappear under this power. This change completely woke them up in an instant. Their previous impulse to pass this tribulation had completely disappeared. They knew very well where the crack came from. Just the aftermath of the tribulation of transformation could produce such shocking and terrifying space-time cracks. So it was easy to imagine how terrifying the main power was. With their current strength, they would not even be able to withstand the first wave of attacks. Perhaps they would be killed as soon as the tribulation of transformation appeared. With this kind of strength, challenging the tribulation of form transformation was definitely courting death. The deep space-time rifts that emanated boundless destructive power quickly disappeared. They did not even have the time to affect any living beings or things within their range before they completely disappeared. If not for this, these cracks alone would have destroyed this developed civilization for such a long time, and all living beings and things within it would have been completely destroyed by the terrifying destructive power that came from the cracks. Of course, this might also be the setting of the tribulation itself to avoid causing too much damage to the world. Chapter 1566. This transformation tribulation lasted for a full 10 days and 10 nights before disappearing. During these 10 days and 10 nights, all the living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt the terrifying might of the brilliant heavenly might. The tremors that spread out from the tribulation clouds, the space-time cracks that densely covered the space-time, and the countless attacks that could completely destroy a large area seemed to be constantly reverberating in the space-time within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. To the many living beings, all these dangerous scenes were telling them just how vast the world was and how lucky they were in the past. Even the living beings who were watching felt the same way. It was easy to imagine how those existences that were constantly bombarded by the tribulation of form taking shape felt. To him, these 10 days and 10 nights were simply like being in purgatory. That kind of pain was practically the limit of his imagination. Almost every moment, he felt like he was going to die in the next moment. His soul would scatter, and all traces of his existence would be completely erased. However, perhaps it was the indescribable luck that came with his new body that was taking effect. Every single time, no matter how dangerous the situation was, no matter how dangerous it seemed, he would be able to find a chance of survival in the end, and he would rely on this chance of survival to escape and preserve his life at the last moment. But at the same time, this also increased the pain he felt. After 10 days and 10 nights, that being was already exhausted. His body and mind were already exhausted. He felt that if the tribulation clouds continued for a while longer, he felt that his soul would scatter. The moment the tribulation clouds dispersed, there was a faintly discernible ray of light in the void. This ray of light enveloped the being who was undergoing the tribulation, causing his originally inexplicably exhausted body to recover rapidly. It was almost only through his strong willpower that he was able to condense into a whole body. During this process, his body began to emit a faint light. His entire body seemed so sacred. An indescribable enlightenment flashed through the being's mind. A thought flashed through the creature's mind. I have already obtained a new life. After this realization, he suddenly felt an indescribable emotion, and tears directly gushed out of his eyes. They poured down his face like a waterfall, as an existence that could be compared to a person in despair. Everything about him, they were all incomparably profound and possessed inconceivable might. His tears were naturally no exception. After these tears left his body, they naturally attracted the endless, true, sage mysteries and great Tao fragments around him. Naturally, it attracted the endless, true, sage mysteries and great Tao fragments in the surroundings. In the end, it turned into many worlds and heaven and earth. Within them, there were billions of mysterious and unpredictable scenes that smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to rumble violently. Such a scene looked as if the earth could not bear his tears and began to shake and tremble under his tears. After his tears flowed for a while, this person opened his mouth and said in a leisurely voice, "From today onward, I am Gue Shou." As his voice sounded, the heaven and earth trembled slightly, and there was a faint sound of thunder in the void. However, this thunder was not as terrifying as the tribulation of metamorphosis that threatened to destroy everything. On the contrary, it contained an indescribable joy, as if the world was sincerely happy that he had confirmed his name. Hearing this thunderous sound, the Gouet Shou looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. As he laughed, his body gradually floated up into the air. From the existence that was similar to the origin of cultivation, an inexplicable power was naturally guided down by him. It appeared around his body and instantly formed a cage that could disintegrate and melt everything. This cage, whether it was the laughter, the power of decomposition, or the power of melting, was not much different from before. However, compared to before, this cage was much more flexible, and the changes within it were much more detailed. The effect it could produce was definitely more than 10 times stronger than before. What do you want to do? At this time, Luo Fan's voice came into the Gouet Shou's ears. As soon as Gouet Shou heard the voice, his body trembled. The arrogant smile on his face disappeared. He turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Luo Fan standing quietly in the void. On both sides of him, there were two women looking at him with inexplicable expressions. The moment he saw Luo Fan, everything that Luo Fan had done before flashed through his mind. The fear and shadow caused by Luo Fan instantly emerged, completely suppressing the complacency he felt from passing the tribulation of transformation. He could not help but stiffen, and he said instinctively, "Nothing, nothing." The cage that he had built with that power, which could disintegrate and melt everything, was instantly dispersed by him and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After doing all this instinctively, the Gouet Shou finally realized what he had done, and a trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even though he had already transformed into a born Taoism aptitude, the restrictions he had originally suffered still existed. Originally, after he guided the power to descend, he needed to wait for a period of time before he could guide it again. Now, he still needed to wait for a period of time. That was why he had dispersed the power so decisively just now, which meant that he had almost completely given up the ability to resist in front of Luo Fan. If Luo Fan had wanted to, he could have directly attacked him at this time, and the Gouet Shou would not have been able to resist at all, although the ability to guide the power would soon recover. There was still a period of time before that happened. During this period of time, even if he was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he would definitely not be able to resist Luo Fan. Seeing that the Gouet Shou was so decisive, Luo Fan sighed and said, "How good it would have been if you had resisted. That way, I would have been able to kill you and refine a magic weapon without any burden." There was an inexplicable regret in his words. As soon as this sentence came out, the Gouet Shou was extremely glad that he had made an instinctive choice before. "Fortunately, I gave up before, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been killed by him by now?" He did not doubt that Luo Fan had the strength to defeat him. Back then, Luo Fan could easily subdue him without refining the crocodile into a magic weapon. Now that the Gouet Shou had turned the crocodile into a magic weapon, he could already use the power that could be guided by the two kinds of creatures with innate intelligence at the same time. It was really easy to defeat him. At this time, Luo Fan felt a little regretful in his heart. That expression just now wasn't done on purpose. If the Gouet Shou had attacked him just now, he would not have been polite to him and would definitely have used all his means to subdue him. After all, he needed such creatures with innate intelligence to refine magic weapons. Thus, he could use these magic weapons to immerse his mind into the place that was similar to the origin of the realm. In the end, he could perfect his worldview of the rules again, so that the distance between his origin of origin and the true sage realm could be further narrowed. As for why he waited for the Gouet Shou to resist before making a move, it obviously depended on his mood. Luo Fan. He was not emotionless. He could give up everything for his own goal. He was a person who used everything. If the Gouet Shou had not resisted him, he would have made a move based on their previous friendship. However, he would have felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Of course, the premise was that there were many creatures with innate intelligence in this world. If the Gouet show in front of him was really the only one left, then even if he could not bear it, he would definitely make a move. As for now, there was naturally no need to do anything that would make him feel a little uncomfortable. Just as Luo Fan was secretly regretting, and the Gouet show was secretly rejoicing in the distance. There were auras gathering from all directions. In terms of strength, these auras were not much stronger than ordinary living beings in this world. However, compared to the creatures without intelligence, these auras contained a kind of intelligence. In other words, the owners of these auras clearly had intelligence. They actually took the initiative to come to me. That's good too. It saves me the trouble of making a trip. Such a thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind at this moment. It's them. Oomph. The Gouet show's expression was a little ugly at this moment, and it murmured. Hearing this, Luo Fan instantly knew that the incoming creatures might have some entanglement with the Gouet show, so he asked, Gouet show, do you know them? Yes, each of them once invaded my territory, but in the end, they were all beaten back by me. The Gouet show said respectfully. I see. Luo Fan came to a realization. Just as they were talking, those creatures had already appeared in the void one by one, and they were looking at this place from afar. There were 13 creatures. Every single one of those 13 beings was extremely unique. Not only were they different from other beings, but even their appearances were fundamentally different from other beings. Moreover, although the Gouet show's body was a little different from a normal turtle, it could still be considered a turtle. Those creatures could not even be classified as ordinary creatures. It felt as if it was a mixture of many different animals. For example, right in front of them, there was a long snake with eagle wings and rabbit-like eyes floating in the air. In the other direction, there was a wild boar with 9 heads and 32 arms. Who are you? What? I've never seen you before. Suddenly, one of the creatures shouted at Luo Fan. The voice was stern and domineering. It felt as if a supreme emperor was interrogating a beggar on the street. Just this sentence alone was enough to make Luo Fan feel an indescribable sense of disgust. From this point of view, this creature could be considered to be extraordinarily talented. Facing such a question, Luo Fan was naturally not interested in answering. He immediately said, What do you want to do in my territory? His voice was indifferent and calm, and it did not change at all because of the previous question. It was almost as if this was the first question that had been asked. It was as if this was the first question that had been asked, and the previous question had never existed. Hearing this, the expression of the creature that asked the question became extremely ugly, and smoke surged out of its body. This creature looked like a multicolored cloud. However, the structure of this colorful cloud was extremely mottled, and it did not feel gorgeous. It felt disgusting. At this moment, it was extremely furious. As the smoke lingered, a world of clouds could be vaguely seen. The boundless anger within the clouds could be clearly sensed by all the living beings present. Why are you wasting time talking to them? Wouldn't it be better to just directly make a move? Our target now is not their territory. Suddenly, the wild boar with 9 heads and 32 arms shouted. Its 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time, and their voices mixed together, creating a momentum that was different from that of ordinary creatures. It sounded quite shocking. You guys, do you want to fight us? The longevity turtle said with an unclear meaning at this moment. His words caused all the creatures in the surroundings to look at him with strange gazes. For these creatures that were born in this world, they did not rely on sight to distinguish other creatures. They didn't use their appearance to distinguish living beings. Instead, they borrowed the aura of living creatures. They borrowed the power of living creatures. Therefore, however, they did not mistake this living being who looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy for someone else, and they all knew that he was someone else. This creature was the extremely tyrannical turtle that had chased them down and chased them out of its territory in the past. Under such circumstances, the longevity turtle suddenly appeared in such a clear and orderly manner, and it seemed to have an ulterior motive. This made them instantly notice the biggest change in its body. I didn't expect your brain to be able to change already. It seems that the tribulation you survived previously brought you great benefits. One of the creatures snickered. As it spoke, there was an indescribable greed in its eyes. This kind of greed instantly made Gue Show understand the fundamental purpose of their coming here at this time. A faint smile appeared on his face. As expected, we made the right decision to come here this time. As long as we capture him, we'll know the secret of that tribulation, and it'll bring us great benefits. Another creature said honestly. However, I believe that the true secret isn't on him, but on someone else. Suddenly, one of the creatures spoke like this. The other person he was referring to was naturally Luo Fan, who was standing at the side. Facing so many intelligent creatures that could draw out the powerful power that was similar to the origin of the realm, Luo Fan and the others, including Qing, Yi, and Yuji, were not nervous or afraid at all. At this moment, they were all so calm and indifferent. It seemed like the surrounding creatures that were eyeing them covetously and wanted to subdue and kill them did not exist at all. That's right, the other one is more crucial. He didn't change for such a long time before, and when this one suddenly appeared, he knew how to trigger the tribulation and obtain benefits. This must have been taught by the other one. Another creature said. From this, it could be seen that these creatures were still different from the intelligent creatures in other worlds. In other normal worlds, no matter how much they felt or how many schemes they had, they would never directly talk about their schemes when facing an opponent. However, at this moment, the creatures that appeared around Luo Fan did not have such concerns at all. They were like statues to Luo Fan and the others, and did not have any intention of attacking them. Instead, they chatted all at once, and in a short while, they had already revealed the cause and effect of their arrival, allowing Luo Fan and the others to know clearly. The reason why these creatures had come here was naturally because of the disturbance caused by the transformation tribulation that the Gue Show was undergoing during the past 10 days and 10 nights. Under the might of the tribulation of form taking shape, the countless cracks in time and space, the tremors of the world, how could any of this be hidden from others? Since these creatures could compete with the Gue Show for territory, they were naturally not too far away from this place. They naturally saw the terror of the tribulation during the past 10 days and 10 nights. Back then, when they saw the tribulation, they only treated it as some sort of punishment from the world, and they were only gloating over the existence of the tribulation. However, they did not have any intention of investigating it. However, after 10 days and 10 nights passed, when the tribulation released that indescribable light at the very last moment before it disappeared, it enveloped the Gue Show and recovered its exhaustion. They keenly realized that the tribulation was not as simple as it seemed. They guessed that the tribulation was probably some sort of cultivation method. For these creatures with innate wisdom, a cultivation method that was suitable for them and could bring them great benefits was their most fundamental pursuit. After knowing that this might be a powerful cultivation method that could bring them great benefits after cultivating it, why would they still be polite? They naturally began to gather here one by one, wanting to take advantage of the terrifying tribulation that had just passed, and the creature that was undergoing the tribulation had yet to fully recover to subdue it. They forced out the specific method of this cultivation method. The reason why they seemed to have a tacit understanding at this moment was that they had already surrounded Luo Fan and the others together. In fact, it was only because they were already quite familiar with each other, so they instinctively cooperated. After listening to the cause and effect clearly, Luo Fan could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He didn't expect that these living beings would mistake the tribulation of transformation for a type of cultivation technique. He was amused by this, although these creatures were a little strange in terms of intelligence. They could talk about the cause and effect in front of their enemies without needing to ask. However, after all, they were not fools without intelligence. After just a while, some of the creatures began to attack. Moreover, it was not only one of them that attacked. Instead, there were 3 creatures that attacked at the same time. These creatures did not know how powerful Luo Fan was. At this time, They did not directly guide the power that was similar to the realm origin. Instead, they used their own magic skills and instinctive methods. As the power surged, the true divine mystery in the space-time began to condense into various forms, forming an inexplicable magic skill, which began to blast towards Luo, Fan, and the others wildly. Although the attack formed by the true divine mystery was a lot weaker than the power that was guided from the inexplicable place, it still had the power close to the true divine magic skill. In the void, it was unpredictable, faintly changing into billions of attacks that were completely aimed at Luo, Fan, and the others, approaching them quickly. In the face of such an attack, even an ordinary desperado would have a headache for a while. However, for Luo Fan, there was no need to look at it all. He did not even need to use his own power. He raised his hand, and a flag appeared in his hand. Then he bit the flag slightly. In an instant, the surrounding true divine mystery seemed to have a backbone and was directly controlled by the flag. The attacks of the three creatures were formed by the condensed power of the true Saint Occult. Now that the true Saint Occult had another owner and was controlled by another existence, how could the attacks continue after it was no longer condensed? Immediately, all the attacks were completely disintegrated, leaving only a wave of power that flew through the void towards Luo, Fan, and the others. This change not only stunned the surrounding creatures, but also Gue Shou, Qing, Yi, and Yu Ji, whose eyes flashed with inexplicable horror. This kind of method was not something they could even dream of. To the living beings in this world, the true divine mysteries were like air to them. Their constitution, their survival, their strength, and their techniques all required the participation of the true divine mysteries. Under such circumstances, the esoteric mystery of true sage, which was originally extremely important to them, was suddenly controlled by their opponents. It was completely out of their control. To them, this was like throwing an ordinary person into a vacuum. One could imagine how shocked they were. Pure power was like a light breeze to Luo Fan, no matter how strong he was. At least, at this moment, this was the power that Luo Fan understood. Obviously, the power emitted by the surrounding creatures was not beyond the scope of Luo Fan's understanding. Therefore, he didn't even need to react. He just allowed the energy to rush through his body and block the attack unscathed. Attack together. At this moment, one of the creatures roared. This roar awakened the other creatures. In an instant, the 13 creatures at the scene acted at the same time. Waves of power contained the true divine mystery in their bodies. With their own malicious intent, they began to madly pounce towards Luo Fan and the others. Chapter 1567. As the flag was waved, the waves of energy, which made the power of the energy billions of times stronger than normal, were instantly controlled by the flag. Top novels. In the blink of an eye, it had already left the energy and gathered around the flag. When the energy lost the profound mystery of true divinity, it was like a living creature that had lost its bones. In an instant, all the power disappeared and became invisible. When it passed through Luo Fan and the others, it was like a cool breeze brushing past their faces, directly passing through their bodies. It did not leave any marks on their bodies, nor did it make them feel any pain. This unbelievable scene left the surrounding living beings dumbfounded. For a moment, all of them were stunned. Luo Fan looked at them and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything, nor did he take the initiative to attack them. These creatures were not much of a threat to him. At this moment, he wanted to see what these creatures were capable of. Through this observation, he could understand the various mysteries of these creatures, and then remove the obstacles for him to refine them into magic treasures. After a while, these creatures reacted one by one. However, all of them knew that if they didn't reveal their final trump cards, then it would be utterly impossible for them to deal with Luo Fan and the others. One by one, they began to communicate with the existence that was similar to the origin of the realm, and their bodies began to change mysteriously. Normally, it would only be one or two living beings guiding the power. It had never been like this, where there were more than a dozen living beings guiding the power at the same place. Therefore, At this moment, an extremely rare change was happening here. The auras exuded by the many living beings intertwined at this moment. The mysterious changes caused by the guiding power from the mysterious existence overlapped with each other, and gradually, the aura emitted by the countless living beings intertwined. It changed this space-time, causing it to become completely isolated from the outside world, as if it was going to exist independently. This kind of behavior was somewhat similar to what happened when Luo Fan refined creatures with innate intelligence into magic treasures. Soon after, a mysterious power descended from nothingness and began to slowly reveal its majesty. Luo Fan stood there quietly, looking at the changes that were happening to the dozen or so living beings. However, a probing look appeared on his face. These dozen or so powerful energies were not a single entity. There was a huge difference between them, a huge difference. This difference. As a result, after these powers descended, there would definitely be some interference. There would definitely be some conflicts. This kind of interference, this kind of conflict, the final result was, before they pounced on Luo Fan, there would be internal strife among themselves. They would first start fighting amongst themselves before finally attacking Luo Fan. Sure enough, as soon as this thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind, the power that the 13 creatures guided down had already appeared in this independent space that they had jointly constructed. The manifestations of these powers were all different. Among them, the power that one of the creatures guided down directly changed its body into the appearance of ice that was completely condensed from the mysteries of the true sage. Once it appeared, it made this independent space seem as if it was about to turn into a world of ice and snow. It was a world of ice and snow that could even turn false sages into ice and snow, causing them to completely lose their lives. On the other hand, the power that another creature guided down directly turned it into a pool of magma. It continuously turned the surrounding mysteries of the true sage, the surrounding fragments of the great Tao, and all the surrounding vitality into magma. If any of these two powers appeared alone, the power would definitely be earth-shattering and enough to completely destroy everything. However, when they appeared here at the same time, and acted on the same area at the same time, there would naturally be a conflict between them. The appearance of the magma would dispel the effect of the ice, and the effect of the ice would dispel the effect of the magma. The conflict between these two powers was the most obvious. However, this was obviously not the only conflict between the 13 powers. In fact, almost every power had a conflict with the other powers. Every type of power was weakening the effects of the other powers. The effects of each type of power were also being weakened by the other powers. Under such changes, this space seemed to have turned into the end of the world in the blink of an eye. The profound mystery of true divinity was like a dough that was constantly being kneaded. Its nature was constantly changing, and it was constantly changing into all kinds of forms. As the two powers clashed, an earth-shattering pressure was constantly generated and slowly spread out, causing all living beings in this space-time to feel an indescribable pressure. The 13 living beings clearly did not expect the various powers to clash with each other. After all, they were not the kind of intelligent and mature beings. Their own intelligence allowed them to communicate with Luo Fan and the others about the cause and effect of their arrival, as well as the purpose of their arrival. How could they possibly consider all the consequences of their simultaneous attack? At this time, they each looked at the others with a hostile gaze. They also constantly shouted at the other party, claiming that they were the ones who had affected their methods and forced them to take a step back. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the united atmosphere from before had completely disappeared. All sorts of curses, shouts, and displeasure suddenly erupted among them. That scene caused Gui Shou, Qing Yi, and Yu Ji to be dumbstruck from the side. Even Luo Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry at this time. Although he had already expected a conflict to occur, the behavior of the 13 creatures after the conflict still surprised him. Perhaps this is the so-called motley crew. He could not help but think to himself, This kind of thing would never happen in any other world in the past. It was only in this world where the creatures were so powerful and the essence of the world was so high that such a situation could occur. In other worlds, existences that could control the corresponding power usually had corresponding intelligence. With the intelligence that corresponded to their power, they knew at a glance how to coordinate and arrange each other's tasks, how to avoid conflict, and how to do their best to push the other party. Even if there were some omissions and some conflicts ultimately occurred, they would definitely be able to adjust as soon as possible. In that case, of course, this kind of thing would not have happened. But it was different in this world. There was a huge gap between the strength and intelligence of the creatures in this world. This gap made it impossible for these creatures to have the various ideas of how to use their power like the creatures in other worlds. Even before they attacked, they might not know the consequences of this attack. So, that was why this kind of thing happened. Luo Fan looked at their performance. He stopped using the 2 magic treasures he had previously refined to summon the same power to attack them. Instead, he just stood there and quietly watched the conflict between them. With Luo Fan's methods, if he directly used the magic treasures to summon the power, he would naturally be able to display an effect that was far stronger than the power summoned by these creatures. Thus, he would instantly gain the upper hand. However, it was also because of this that if he summoned the power and pressed it directly on them, it would be directly giving the 13 creatures a huge blow. They would have to work together to fight against an enemy that they could only fight against. In this way, they would definitely stop their internal strife and work hard to work together to target Luo Fan. This was what Luo Fan did not want to see for the time being. As Luo Fan did not do anything, the noise from those creatures gradually became angry. In the end, the creature that could turn all the mysteries of the true saint into ice finally could not stand it anymore. It was the first to attack the creature that could turn the mysteries of the true saint into magma. It shouted coldly, and the mysteries of the true saint turned into an ice network. It directly pounced towards the creature that could turn the mysteries of the true saint into magma. The creature that was targeted naturally would not be polite. It roared loudly, and a large amount of magma that was enough to completely destroy any world that could give birth to a false saint rushed towards the creature that attacked first. As the 2 of them attacked, the other creatures also started to attack one after another. In an instant, as various powers surged, this independent space-time fell into absolute chaos. Of course, this chaos was different from the chaos caused by ordinary powers. Not only did it not destroy the independent space-time completely, but it also allowed the independent space-time to expand endlessly. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded from its original size of a few hundred miles to an unknown number of millions of miles. In this independent space-time, apart from the many creatures including Luo Fan, there were only the 13 terrifying powers. At this moment, these powers were fighting with the other powers without any restrictions. It was as if they were the greatest enemies. Aren't they here to deal with me? At this moment, the Gui Shou murmured in a daze. Compared to the other creatures, the Gui Shou's intelligence had unknowingly increased a lot after he transformed into a human. At this moment, he was already much stronger than the 13 creatures that were attacking each other. At this moment, a world formed by a sound wave suddenly collided with him. This was the aftermath of the battle between the various powers. Just this aftermath alone was already incredibly powerful. Normally, it was enough to completely change the world that could give birth to a false saint into a sound wave, and even completely change the great Tao of that world. Facing this sound wave, the Gui Shou was taken aback. If he could still guide that inexplicable power, it would naturally be extremely easy for him to resist this small ball of sound wave. However, now that his ability was in cool down, it was somewhat powerless to resist this sound wave. Greatly shocked, he did not dare to hesitate. At the critical moment, he turned around and hid behind Luo Fan, allowing the sound wave to come directly at Luo Fan. Facing such a sound wave, Luo Fan's expression did not change at all. He waved the flag in his hand slightly. Similarly, A ball of sound wave was produced. It directly blasted towards the sound wave in front of him. Compared to the sound wave that blasted over, the sound wave produced by the flag in Luo Fan's hand was not as strong in nature. However, in terms of structure, the sound wave created by Luo Fan with the help of the flag absolutely crushed the sound wave that blasted over by a few streets. In the sound wave created by Luo Fan with the help of the flag, the construction method of the true Saint Mystery was almost like the true Saint Remarkable ability. The combined power was many times stronger than the true Saint Mystery. Although the essence of the sound wave was inferior to the opponent, the power that could be exerted when combined was not inferior to the opponent at all. The two seemed to not need to go through practice and collided with each other. In the blink of an eye, they were both annihilated into nothingness at the same time. It was as if they had never appeared before. The entire process, however, it did not even cause those living beings to feel anything, and none of them looked over. After eliminating the sound wave, Luo Fan raised his eyes and glanced at the Gui Shou. The Gui Shou looked at him and smiled awkwardly. "I'm not strong enough. I have no choice." Luo Fan frowned, but he did not say anything. "Humph! How dare you use Master as a shield? You're so bad," Yuji said indignantly at this moment. "I've already said that I'm not strong enough, so I have no choice." The Gui Shou could not help but feel helpless. Normally, there was a huge gap between Yuji's strength and his. It could be said that he could treat her with whatever attitude he wanted, and no one would dare to say a word of nonsense. However, at this moment, Yuji was a living being enlightened by Luo Fan, and he had already yielded to Luo Fan. In comparison, Yuji had become his senior. Therefore, even if his strength was more powerful than Yuji, he had to be humble in front of him. "If it wasn't for Master's generosity, I would not let you go." Yuji snorted. Yes. The Gui Shou was even more helpless. "You still won't let me go? If I show my power, I can kill you in minutes." At this moment, Luo Fan did not pay attention to them. At this moment, he was carefully observing and analyzing the effects of the 13 living beings' powers. Looking at how these powers were constantly changing during this process, constantly producing earth-shattering effects, Yishiwen could not help but sigh. The effect produced by each power was almost unique. At least, it was what Luo Fan had seen so far. It was the same, and the effects of these powers all had almost endless potential. Although they were not that powerful under the control of those living beings, if they fell into Luo Fan's hands and were controlled by him, he had absolute confidence that he could exert a power that was 100 times greater than what they could exert now. This was also the reason why Luo Fan was absolutely confident that he could defeat the joint attack of the 13 creatures in front of him, even though he was alone and only had 2 magical treasures that could guide their power. He was confident that the power that the 2 magical treasures in his hands could guide would absolutely be able to defeat the 13 creatures. Although this independent space-time had already expanded to such a large size, the power that these living beings had guided down was too powerful. So at this moment, this space-time was filled with all sorts of strange scenes. Everywhere within it was filled with endless, unfathomable light and shadows, emitting an astonishing destructive power. As he watched the battle, Luo Fan gained a deeper understanding of the powers guided by those living beings. As he simulated them in his mind, he had more and more ideas about how he should deal with them. "Go to hell!" One of the living beings roared. As its body curled up, countless golden blades erupted from inside and outside of its body, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they shot towards another living being that was illusory from top to bottom. It seemed as if it did not exist at all, and countless ripples were stirred up, causing the somewhat illusory living being to howl in pain. Faced with such an attack, the living being did not hold back at all. It also roared, and its illusory body spread out. Not only did it devour the golden blades, but it also condensed into an indescribable ball. Like a cannonball, it pounced towards the living being that was wrapped in the golden blades. It directly crashed into the golden blades and began to spread, wrapping around the golden blades and turning them invisible, The living being that was wrapped in golden blades roared again, and the golden blades exploded. It increased by several times. It directly crushed the indescribable existence that was like Pandan. At this moment, a gust of cold suddenly swept across the living being that was wrapped in golden blades, instantly turning more than half of the blades around the living being into ice. "I haven't looked for you yet, and you're already seeking death?" It roared, and as the golden blades erupted, it changed direction and pounced towards the living being that had turned into an indescribable ice. It pierced through the ice, causing the body of the living being to collapse, as if it was about to dissipate. "You're overestimating yourself." Suddenly, a voice came from the ice not far away. Immediately after, the ice condensed into the appearance of the living being, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely recovered. At this moment, the living being that was formed by the ice opened its hand and slapped towards the living being that was formed by the golden blades. In an instant, in this direction, the mysteries of the true sage, space-time, and fragments of the great Tao. Even everything else began to rapidly transform into ice that was enough to freeze a false sage to death. Looking at it, it had already spread to the golden blades. The living being that was wrapped in the golden blades instantly roared. Golden light shone from its body, and everything around it began to rapidly transform into the golden blades. It began to compete with the ice for everything around it. It's not a good habit to be distracted. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. Immediately after, a magma palm grabbed towards the living being that was formed by the ice. The temperature of the magma was so high that it was comparable to the coldness of the ice. It was also enough to burn everything to ashes. It was enough to destroy a false sage. The sudden arrival of the magma arm directly grabbed the ice, causing the ice to evaporate continuously, causing the amount of ice to decrease. At this moment, the figure of the living being condensed in another location of the ice, and it roared angrily, "Don't think that you've won just like that." As it roared, an ice arm stretched out from its body and grabbed towards the magma arm. Just like that, chaotic battles flashed crazily in this independent space-time. At first, they were only paying attention to the living beings that brought them the most trouble. However, as the battle progressed, as the impact of the aftershocks of the battle between them became greater and greater, they gradually forgot who their biggest target was. Almost every other living being other than themselves had become their opponent. Their attacks were almost all directed at the other 12 living beings. With such a change, the chaos in this place became many times more intense than before. Although no one had died for the time being, it was only because these living beings were quite lucky. In such a chaotic situation, their intelligence was not very high, so they could not clearly understand the situation like a false sage. They did not know how to help the living being that was bound to die escape. Even if all the living beings died in the next moment, it would not be a surprising thing. In such a chaotic battle, it was naturally impossible for the remaining waves to completely bypass Luo Fan and the others. Almost from time to time, the aftershocks of the battle would rush towards Luo Fan and the others. Each of these kinds of powers was extremely powerful. If any one of them wasn't resisted in the slightest, it would be enough to cause great harm to Luo Fan. It would even be enough to directly kill them. This forced Luo Fan to block them time and time again, destroying these aftershocks time and time again. Fortunately, as he gained a better understanding of the power guided by these living beings, Luo Fan became more and more experienced in how to resist the aftershocks of these powers. Therefore, during this process, it became easier and easier for him to destroy the aftershocks of the battle. In the beginning, he still needed to use the power of the flag to construct various corresponding methods to resist. However, later on, he only casually raised his hand and waved it. With a slight change of the true sage mystery, he had already completely eliminated the attacks. Yet, he appeared to be so carefree, so relaxed and at ease. This change happened very naturally, but it shocked Gue Shou, Qing Yi, Yu Ji, and the others. Their understanding of Luo Fan was constantly being refreshed. Chapter 1568. The chaos within this independent space-time continued. Finally, at a certain moment, an opportunity to change this chaos appeared. The creature that could turn the mysteries of a true saint into ice suddenly had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have comprehended something. In an instant, the ice on its body suddenly became colder. The corrosive strength of the ice also increased. Originally, the battle here was already in an extremely delicate state of balance. Under such circumstances, the creature's strength suddenly increased a little. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to break the balance in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the greatest enemy of the living being that could use the power to turn the profound mysteries of a true sage into ice. The living being that could use the power to turn the profound mysteries of a true sage into magma could not withstand it. The endless magma around it retreated bit by bit, and in a short while, it had turned into ice that could freeze a false sage to death. Moreover, this kind of ice did not stop at this moment. It continued to spread towards the body of the creature that had already turned into magma. Although the creature tried its best to control its power to resist this change, trying its best to turn the ice back into magma, it was already Gene. However, he was already Gene before this. At this time, his opponent's strength suddenly increased again after he tried his best to barely resist. How could he resist? However, at this moment, the ice had already climbed up its body, directly turning more and more parts of its body into ice. A look of horror and despair suddenly appeared on the creature's face. The power that it had guided down crazily collided, trying to resist the ice. It wanted to protect its own life. However, at this moment, the other creatures that were being attacked by this creature had already discovered its predicament and had already shifted their attacks to its body. This process of attacking after discovering the predicament was not something that could be controlled by the rationality of those creatures. It was the result of their natural instincts. It must be known that for a long period of time, these creatures have been fighting fiercely with each other. In this kind of battle, their rationality had already been unknowingly overshadowed by the desire to fight. What they saw in their eyes were the weaknesses of their opponents, what they thought in their hearts. It was all about how to deal with the opponent. Under such circumstances, this creature suddenly revealed a flaw. To them, it was like a pulling force. He directly pulled their attacks and threw them towards that creature. All sorts of attacks. To the creature that had transformed into lava, it was extremely dangerous. However, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the possibility of this creature escaping with its life before the explosion of power to completely disappear. In the end, the power was completely nullified by all the attacks. The body of the creature that had turned into lava gradually lost its color and turned back into a body of flesh and blood. Not only was it withstanding the corrosion of the ice, there were also all kinds of strange attacks that were changing its body. It looked like its body was about to be completely annihilated by the other creatures and turned into dust. At this moment, Luo Fan let out a soft cry and waved the flag in his hand. From the existence that was similar to the realm origin, a powerful power suddenly descended and was directly under his absolute control. This power directly changed all the mysteries of the true divine realm and all the fragments of the great Tao in the surrounding independent space-time, causing everything to start to reconstruct. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a huge figure that almost filled the entire independent space-time. It was an existence that looked exactly the same as Luo Fan, but its figure was countless times larger than Luo Fan's. After this existence appeared, it casually stretched out its hand and directly ignored the various attacks that were erupting in the independent space-time at this moment. It went deep into the center of the battlefield and fiercely grabbed the creature that had turned into lava. In the palm, all sorts of lines flashed past and countless runes appeared. The true divine mystery instantly turned into these lines. These runes were the resources of these runes, and in the blink of an eye, they had already sealed the living creature firmly. The living creature was like a stone statue that was completely grasped in the giant palm. As for the various attacks that were like ice that were continuously eroding the creature, at this moment, all of them had already been used on the palm and were completely isolated from the body of the creature. On the surface, it seemed that the palm had forcefully withstood the various attacks. However, as long as one observed carefully enough, they would discover that the palm had undergone countless mysterious vibrations in the process. These vibrations faintly triggered the power that made up the body, forming some kind of subtle transformation. This caused the attacks that were constantly eroding the palm to be completely ineffective at this moment. Although the effect seemed shocking, in the end, it did not cause any damage to the palm in the slightest. The body formed by the power that Luo Fan controlled moved extremely quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had already sealed the creature and shrunk back. This strange change caused all the creatures that were previously in the chaotic battle to suddenly come back to their senses. Each of them looked at Luo Fan in a daze. However, this kind of daze only lasted for a short while. Very soon, indescribable ferocity appeared in the eyes of all the creatures. All of them had already remembered their goal for coming here. They had already remembered the reason why they were fighting with other creatures. At this moment, the huge figure around Luo Fan's body began to rapidly compress. In just a short while, it had already shrunk from its original state of being tens of thousands of miles high and had even filled the independent space-time to a state of only 18 feet high. This compression caused the density of the mysteries of the true divine realm in the body to increase to an unimaginable degree. This kind of terrifying density of the mysteries of the true divine realm was compared to the original loose state. There was already a shocking improvement in both strength and power. Moreover, because the combination of the mysteries of the true divine realm was not just a simple accumulation, at this moment, this body could almost be said to have been constructed by the true divine theurgy and not by the mysteries of the true divine realm. This kind of change seemed to be just a normal change, but in fact, it was a kind of earth-shattering change. After all, the true divine realm was only a profound mystery. Although it had all kinds of power, it was not a system, and if it was not integrated, it would interfere with each other and affect each other. It was difficult for it to truly display all of its potential. However, the true divine theurgy was completely different. It was a real theurgy. Any one of them had the power to completely destroy the entire universe. Just like that, as the countless mysteries gathered together and circulated, it gave this body that was formed by power an unknown number of powerful and mysterious abilities. At this moment, Luo Fan did not even need to control it. This body could already do whatever he wanted. For example, with a thought, this body would instantly turn into ice. With another thought, this body would turn into magma, and then into a golden sharp blade, and so on and so forth. Almost all the changes caused by the power of all the living beings that appeared in this independent space-time could be performed by him. It could be said that he completely possessed the power of all the living beings. The reason for this was that the foundation of the true divine theurgy in his body starting to condense according to the composition of the true divine theurgy. However, more importantly, during this period of time, through his understanding of the power of these living beings, he gradually grasped some of the key points of these powers. It was precisely because of his understanding of the key points of the other living beings that he was able to control his own power and directly simulate it at this moment. In the end, the body that was formed by the power turned back into a body of flesh and blood, quietly floating there. At this moment, the sculpture that was originally in his hand had been directly stuffed into the universe in his sleeve. I almost let him get away. The creature that could borrow its power to turn into ice let out a roar at this moment. "That's right. Let's defeat him first," one of the living beings said. When the other living beings heard this, they all echoed in agreement. Seeing their behavior, Luo Fan could not help but sigh in his heart. I originally thought that these living beings were quite intelligent, but I didn't expect them to be so stupid. They can't even see the difference in strength between us and the enemy. In fact, it was obvious that Luo Fan's eye was easy to say. He had seen a lot of space-time, so he could increase the power that was not too strong to this extent. However, for these living beings that were born and raised in this world, they still relied more on their feelings to measure the strength of the enemy. To them, the body that Luo Fan condensed with power was just one thing. Although the method of using it was somewhat different, the fundamental power was not stronger than their own. Under such circumstances, they, who used their instincts to measure the strength of the enemy, thought that the dozen of them could easily take care of Luo Fan, which was not strange at all. The living beings roared and immediately changed directions. They began to shift their attacks from their own bodies and directly bombarded Luo Fan. In the blink of an eye, the scene that seemed like the end of the world in this independent space-time began to change. All the attacks became orderly. Although there were some conflicts between them, they were generally extremely united and bombarded in the same direction. Such a shocking attack pounced towards everyone. This should have brought extreme shock to Qing Yi, Yu Ji, Gui Shou, and the others. They had no choice but to run for their lives and use all of their strength to resist. However, because Luo Fan was standing in front of them, the three of them only had a slight change in expression before they calmed down. However, they completely disregarded the terrifying attack that was enough to tear them apart tens of thousands of times. Luo Fan smiled in the face of the overwhelming attack. The body formed by power gently raised its hand and grabbed at the attack in front of it. It looked like it was only an arm. However, every single attack from the opposing creatures was blocked by the palm at the same time. It was as if the palm was facing each attack individually. Luo Fan was using all his energy to resist every attack. Furthermore, the palm that was aimed at every single attack had a variation that was completely tailored to the attack. For example, the palm that faced the ice attack, it directly turned into magma. The palm that directly faced the golden blade seemed to have turned into a black hole that devoured everything, and so on and so forth. This method was similar to the method that the Jin Emperor used to deal with Qiangua and the others who were in despair. From this point of view, Luo Fan's current strength was comparable to that of the heavens and earth. At the very least, it was comparable to the strength displayed by the Jin Emperor. It could be seen from this. How powerful was the Jin Emperor? When the dozen or so living beings saw this, they were all shocked. Even Luo Fan was amazed by this method. How could these shallow creatures deal with it calmly? What method is this? An exclamation came from the mouth of one of the living beings. The creature's attack had transformed its power into an indescribable magnetic force. This magnetic force, it could magnetize everything. It could control everything. Even the mysteries of the true sage will be magnetized by this magnetic force. It would be controlled and eventually turned into the power of its attack. However, the palm that it was facing had a method that could absolutely eliminate everything. No matter what it was magnetized, it would return to normal in an instant. No matter how powerful the attack was, it had no effect at all. Facing such exclamations, Luo Fan naturally would not pay attention to them. At this time, he just focused on controlling the body formed by the power and began to crush the opponent with greater power, constantly disintegrating the opponent's attack. Soon, Luo Fan's palm had penetrated through the layers of attacks and directly arrived in front of the creatures. There were countless lines and runes on it, and it fiercely shrouded those creatures. At this moment, all the creatures were horrified. How could they still think of attacking Luo Fan? Immediately, they frantically withdrew their power. In the blink of an eye, they had already come to their side and turned into all kinds of special defenses to meet Luo Fan's palm. Cold ice, golden sharp blades, magnetic force, and so on. All kinds of strange attacks collided with Luo Fan's palm. Of course, the effect was different when used to attack and when used to defend. The previous attacks could not resist at all under Luo Fan's palm. They were easily crushed, allowing the palm to reach them. However, at this time, they turned their power into defense, and their defense was much stronger than the previous attacks. Under Luo Fan's palm, all kinds of defenses only shook but did not completely collapse because of this. As for the countless lines and runes on the palm, they could only continue to spread and attack the defense. In the end, they couldn't break through the defense at all. They couldn't use it on the living beings in front of them, and they couldn't truly seal them. Facing such a situation, the creatures behind the defense did not show any joy. Instead, they seemed to be even more panicked. Although they had thought of using the power that was guided from an unknown place to defend against the opponent's attack, they had almost never implemented it before. Once such a situation occurred, as long as they could not take advantage of the situation to counterattack, it meant that their defeat was already decided. After all, the power that was guided from an unknown place had a time limit. Before the time limit was reached, they were naturally powerful and could do almost anything they wanted. However, once the time limit was reached, they would naturally be beaten down to the mundane world, and they would be back to their original state. Obviously, once they could not take advantage of the situation to counterattack, it meant that no matter how weak the opponent was, he could continue to be in a stalemate with them. It was enough to last until the time limit of the power was over. How could their expressions not turn ugly? I admit defeat. As long as you let me go, I won't attack you anymore. Suddenly, one of the creatures shouted. Its words seemed to have reminded the other creatures. In an instant, all kinds of words that indicated that they would give up on attacking Luo Fan came from the mouths of the creatures. From their words, it was obvious that they all thought that his attitude was enough. It was enough. Luo Fan could not help but laugh when he heard all these voices. Given the current situation, were they still doubting that he would really let them go just because he said that? Did he really look so easy to talk to? He did not even bother to say anything. He just increased the strength of his palm, causing the defense that they released to make cracking sounds. He could even faintly feel that the defense was gradually collapsing. Don't go too far. We've already admitted defeat. Why don't you stop? One of the creatures realized that something was wrong and roared. Seeing their behavior, Guisho, who was at the side, finally couldn't help but say directly, "This is not a treat. Since you took the initiative to attack, then you should be prepared to die. How can it be over just because you said that you admit defeat? You can't be that naive, can you?" The turtle's intelligence was originally inferior to the dozen or so creatures. However, after observing the various changes in the civilized country over the years, and after transforming into a born Taoism aptitude and passing the tribulation of transformation, his intelligence was now many times stronger than before. At this moment, he could already see everything clearly. When he said that, clearly organized, confidently and confidently. When the dozen or so creatures heard this, they all looked panicked. "What do you mean? Are you really going to kill us before you stop?" One of the creatures said in disbelief. "I didn't expect my intelligence to be at the same level as yours. It's really sad." The turtle shook his head and sighed. "Actually, you used to be stupider than them." Yuji said something fair at this moment. Hearing this, the turtle's expression, which was originally quite sad, froze. He said, "How is that possible? How can I be stupider than them? I can testify that you were indeed stupider than them back then." Ching-Yi laughed at this moment. You must be jealous of me." The turtle waved his hand and said. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky as if there was something wonderful in the sky. Ching-Yi and Yuji saw him like this, but they just chuckled and did not bother him anymore. Compared to the despair that gradually appeared on the faces of the creatures under Luo Fan's attack, their relaxed behavior was the polar opposite. Suddenly, the creature that could turn into ice roared, "You can't kill me." Luo Fan was too lazy to reply to this. He just increased his strength. The creature that could turn into ice looked frightened and shouted again, "I have an elder brother who is 10,000 times stronger than me. If you kill me, my elder brother will definitely avenge me. At that time, you will definitely die without a burial place. You'd better let me go now, and I can let bygones be bygones. I will definitely not report you to my elder brother." These words made the scene suddenly quiet down. In an instant, all of the creatures turned to look at the creature that could turn into ice. Even Luo Fan was no exception. Elder brother? In this world, there is such a thing as a brother. At this moment, such a thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind. All living beings in this world were raised by the heavens and the earth, not by their parents. Under such circumstances, every living being could be said to be an orphan. They had no other relatives, and they didn't even have the existence of other clansmen of the same race. How could such an existence have an elder brother? While he was puzzled, he could not help but slightly withdraw the strength in his palm. Instantly, the creatures in front of Luo Fan relaxed a little. Of course, it was only a little. It was impossible to rely on such a transformation to escape, because when Luo Fan slightly withdrew the strength in his palm, the creature that could turn into ice showed an indescribable joy. Obviously, he thought that his words had worked. This person in front of him was indeed afraid of his elder brother, who was 10,000 times stronger than him. This time his life was saved. At this moment, Luo Fan said calmly, "You are lying." As he spoke, the strength in his palm increased again. Suddenly, the creature's defenses suddenly emitted an unprecedented frequency of cracking sounds. "I am not lying. I'm not lying. I really do have an elder brother who is 10,000 times stronger than me. On this point, they can all testify for me." That creature cried out in alarm.